Oh, Lucky
He's dying.
Some of those were numbers, some of which are recorded by the audio track. We started at 5 and we ended at 1. That's all we need to know. Hi. Yep. It's not me dying today, though. Never say never. Welcome back to Rain. This is episode number 10.
Yay!
10th session.
Woo.
And so, as is tradition, before I remind everybody where we're going and what we're doing, and hopefully that's all they need to go, I would like to shout out our patrons real quick. Like, Added Heartblex G, Call Me Zed, Carlos Dragon, blah, JDV 9000, Justify, Kaiser, Starlight, Legendary Boss Hunter, Rise of Kenji, Rogram, and Trevor, some guy named Bob and Varian the Crow. Sometimes there is a name with an F in there that I missed. No, we go from D to J right now. If you have an F name on Patreon, consider supporting us so I can retrain that instinct. And then when you quit in 6 months, then I'll be messed up again. Anyway, shout out to the patrons.
To the patrons.
If you want to download the MP3 of this, by the way, that's on Patreon at any level.
Going out for the patrons.
It's just that's it's I shout out the high level patrons, but anybody can download and or listen to the audio. Anyway, that actually reminds me, completely unrelated, but today I uploaded and posted episode 9 because I meant to do it yesterday, but we were gaming. Too much gaming. But
games.
Apparently Patreon has released a new feature which they are calling drops, which is just YouTube premieres.
Oh.
Turn your audio into a drop, schedule it to go live at a certain point, and all your audience members can listen in live. And I'm like, not right now, Patreon. Maybe later. I'll discuss that with some other audio listener patrons if you're interested in that sort of thing. But I think most people just want it for the convenience of having it be downloadified and possibly slightly audited. Anyway, last time you guys were on a boat and you were attacked by pirates.
Gasp.
It is the quintessential romance. Also, some of you bought, pitons, rope, sea cloaks, etc. The usual thing. I showed you a marketplace, and you were like, "Ooh."
A
I'm
sale.
surprised nobody asked me if they could get a 10-foot pole, but
Only if it's collapsible.
sadly not.
Yeah, sure, the
Tiny
dungeon worthy
ladder.
ones.
Though
I
I
would like the
guess we
record to
are at
show
the
that
tech level where you could get like a ball and screw joint at the end. So not really collapsible, but disassemblable.
I would like the record to show that I already had rope.
That's fair.
Yeah, we know. Kinky bastard.
You got to be careful. I don't know what's going on with Lucky today, but he's in a bad way.
I'm dying. Help.
Help!
Sucker
I'm
just
dying.
Will.
He has comedy asthma.
Oh no!
Oh no. Ah! Fuck you. Not you, Dallas. Fuck you, me.
General to the world. Fuck you. All right, before we cram too many F-bombs close together and YouTube gets mad at me, if they do, I don't know. We will continue where we left off, which is your sailing. You successfully escaped the pirates, the pirate vessel, the Foxhound, captained by some guy.
That bastard.
I keep wanting to say the Dread Pirate Roberts, but I'm like, wait a minute.
That
No,
it
it's
doesn't
like
resemble
bloody,
any
it's
of
bloody
his names.
something.
I know.
Bloody
Because-
Bradley Vossler.
I know, but it's still just
None
like...
of which sound like the Dread Pirate Robert.
Yeah,
I know.
Bloody,
BBV.
If it'll
Like-
make it easier, I
like
can put a
BBV.
Pirate
Bloody
Roberts in
Bradley,
later.
that's what it was.
The Dread Pirate Roberts.
You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
I know. It's just one of those things. Like I just keep wanting to say. I don't know why.
I mean, parts of the Princess Bride are pretty appropriate to what we're going for. Anyway, you escaped and set your sail for your chosen port, which is you were going to go south round and visit Tron for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, you guys go down for the evening.
Wait, Omega, Tron is the city of the
It's an island, but
of
sure.
Axe's boy crush.
Can you not? Oh my!
Yes.
You're not
Right.
organize it like
That
that.
is the
That
Verity
house-
province, yes.
Ugh.
Got it. And I know what I'm doing.
Throw him off the ship, please.
Is he not your boy crush?
Gods, kill this man.
I did not say that in character. I wanted to point out as I referred to you as Axe.
Yeah, no, I'm joking.
Ugh.
Okay. Yes, Trone, which is an island.
Nicola does not nearly have that much empathy.
The opposite empty there.
I'm pretty sure Nicola doesn't even know Lucy and Inos are hooking up.
Are you still empathy 0? You probably not.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, to be fair, Lucy and Enos do not make giant, scenes of PDA.
Actually, no. I probably do know they're hooking up because I have hearing 4.
No,
I
again,
mean, honestly, even with hearing 4 on a... Well, I don't actually know if they do it on the ship. That would probably be bad for Enos. But,
yes.
like, boats are
The
loud.
hammock.
That's true. That's a good point.
Sea vessels are very loud. Speaking of which, I don't know how
Yeah,
comfortable
probably
you guys are sleeping on the ocean, but you get over the horizon, you run at like full mast and full crew, all hands as they say, for a couple hours, and then eventually everybody settles down. Enos is too bedridden after his adrenaline shooting spree to eat
bang,
supper, but supper is eventually served, and you guys, after a couple bells later, go down for the night. Again, it is recommended that passengers tuck in, as you've got an early time. There is a lights out.
No. Sorry, don't mind me.
I will mind you, actually. This is the most enthusiasm you've shown in 4 game sessions.
And I'll
That's
have
probably
you
not
know, I don't apologize for it.
Do your job, and I won't.
I made the force choke crushing your head gesture.
Yeah, sorry, I just read that as the bionic method, as in bionicle method, and I...
No,
We're not
it's
going
very
to employ
you.
the bionicle method. There are not magical masks. Anyway,
Check this out.
you're in the boat. You go to sleep.
We sleep.
The sailors will beat you up if you don't go to bed on time. Not actually true, but like I said, there's a lights out period for the night's
I
watch.
could try, but
Nicola will beat you up if you don't go to bed on time.
Yes, Mom.
Well, guess what, Konrad? There's 70 of them and only 1 of you, so...
and how many are they going to lose to take me out? No, okay.
Iron Collier Sword.
Oh, come on, we
I
can
don't
take
know
them.
what his other weapons, his fight pool are like, but I'm pretty sure he has a decent body plus endurance to hold on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he has body 5. He would still get
Nope, body 4.
crush me. Oh, I thought you had 5.
Body 5 was too expensive for the time skip because I wanted other stuff.
Oh,
I
there's
do understand that.
Fair enough.
That isn't to say he won't eventually be body 5, but
But yeah, so eventually, during basically the small hours of the night, you guys arrive at the Saintsquay, which is a port on the northern side of Tron. You are kind of, arriving with the tides. The tides shift every so many hours, so, you guys depart as the tide is starting to get, or arrive, I should say, when the tide is starting to get high. So technically, you are already in port and docked by the time, morning bell is called and everybody is aroused for the day shift. The mere faintest hints of sunlight are peeking up over the eastern horizon.
time for morning calisthenics.
Let's see. Are they docked? I don't know if they do normal morning drills, but yes, eventually everybody is roused out. You are fully docked, before full light, but it's probably not polite to throw down the gangplank and dump a boat full of sailors on a town before morning. So everything is first, run around and stowed. Lucy gets up with the first bell and lets everybody know that, she's, paid the dock master, so you're, cleared to dock, and, we'll begin distributing, the proportional pay to the men and, giving them full day of shore leave. I think you said you guys were willing to bunk down for a day.
Yep.
Yeah, the whole day.
Yeah.
So it's time to like leave.
So yes, breakfast is here if you want it.
Yes.
Enos
Yes.
probably
Yeah.
recovers fairly quickly once we actually are fastened.
Yes. And Saintsquay is very, very solid, very methodical. Big blocky stone, stone keys going out, sturdy seawall kind of a thing. The whole, area of the town smells like sea salt and wet rock. And they've got, like I said, very, very large, solid docks which you are anchored to. So yeah, probably breakfast right around the dawn. Let's see, where do we want to start? Well, technically, you guys are up and, like I said, would be around for a while. If you wanted to like get super started early on anything, but otherwise, what's probably going to happen is that the lord of the town will come to visit you, which is a little unusual, but you are a diplomatically flagged boat.
I will be watching over the charges.
They're probably, for now, just either in the galley eating or on deck stretching. Because you are docked.
Well, my lord, what would you recommend we do? This is to Leslok, by the way.
I know, I was
We
just
know,
thinking-
we know. I have other factors I can bring up based on what we discussed, but I don't want to.
I mean, we
That'll
should
cause
probably
a
go.
separate brain channel to be given.
I'm just fighting the mental haze, so it's. So we go meet the Lord, and
No, he meets you.
okay.
I'm telling you.
Soviet
Okay.
vanity,
Let me
Lord
rephrase
meets
this. Sorry, to get everybody on the same page. You don't let down the gangplank for until after the sun comes up, so you have time to wake up, stretch. Conrad does calisthenics, get
Yep.
breakfast. But hypothetically, you're docked in a boat. You could call somebody over or send a courier out. So if you want to start sending messages really, really early in the morning, you can. If not, we'll move on.
All right. Well, I will send a couple couriers to see. Well, how far is House Ghouls and House Alphen from Saintsquay?
Alfred is pretty far. They're on the other side of the island.
That's probably not gonna make it there then.
Ghouls is less than a day's travel. They're inland a little bit in the foothills, and you guys can see the tops of the mountains on Throne from here. It's not a super huge island,
Maybe where we go instead of because I also think Verity's on the other side of the island too.
It's
They're
less
just
than
kind of in the center.
It's less than a day, but I don't know if I'd be able to get back in time. Even if I just
At the
pop
very
in.
least, you can send your message and inquire, and the guy should be able to get back to you.
Yeah,
before the day is over.
I will send out couriers with inquiries to where to raise ghouls and Senna Alphen are, whether they're at home or maybe they could be here.
All right.
Meet you halfway.
Other than
If you're
that,
curious,
do you tell us you're doing? Do you tell
open
us
land
you're doing
south and
that?
west.
why should I?
No, I'm just asking.
No, it's like these are my personal correspondence.
Fair enough. I will I will also, ironically, be sending a correspondence to see if Senna Alphen is in the town getting ready for the festival.
Yes.
She's the one that is the healer, right?
Yes.
I'm not crazy.
Yes, you remember.
Okay, so
correctly.
yeah, she's the one I would have met during college.
All right.
Then
The lands of House Martlet are also within a day's travel. That's open land to your south and west.
Q. Other than that, Inos will, greet the day, stretch, pretend that he didn't just spend the last, couple days completely sick, and engage in morning practice.
Bounces back really fast.
You'd be surprised,
After
actually.
slamming back some ship crackers and some water.
You can actually recover from seasickness pretty quick once you like the boat
Yeah.
stops moving like really fucking
Yeah,
hard.
it can be almost instantaneous. Like,
Yeah.
I've only been
Yeah.
seasick once because we went out during a storm on a small whaling boat,
Oh,
and
no.
that was awful.
Oh no.
But once we were on land, it was like an hour later, and I was like, all right, I'm fine.
I haven't
Yeah,
been
once
on
your
many
unit
boats,
and stuff settles.
but I've never gotten seasick.
But yes, all right. Okay. Well, if there is nothing else, then yes.
Nope.
Once
It
you
finally hit
are
me, the guy.
officially docked, what?
It finally hit me. I do actually need a note at least sent to House Verity that Leslok is enthroned and that it's likely he's not going to be long enough to actually visit, but want to say that he was here and wanted to have met him.
You're just sending them a message.
It's
Yes.
to. Sorry. Okay. Is this a message specifically to Kefis, or is this a social call to House Verity?
I think it's the cat.
Okay. I need you to enunciate that name better because you don't speak it with enough force that I can hear you all the time. Okay. All right. Yes, you just send him a note. That's fine. All right. So yes, you know, as the sun starts coming up, you know, crimson rays etching over the sea, catching the light, you know, windows being thrown open for the day. You probably see some fishing boats, you know, going out, you know, with the dawn, and start seeing, you know, smoke and steam from some salterns, you know, kicking up. Yes, there's actually like as you're, you know, the gangplank is extended, and you know, the sailors start leaving, not all at once, mind you, but you know, in like twos and threes. They start going, you know, taking their day off, jingling their coins.
Jingle jangle.
I wouldn't really call it a procession, but you know, there are a couple of, you know, standard bearer type guys. There's probably a guy with a little trumpet or horn just to be like,
Doot.
"Dur, dur, dur." And at the head of this
Away.
small group is Lord Goban Saltire, the head of House Saltire, which is the family that controls the Saintsquay. Is that already in the Dramatis Personae?
I believe so.
I deleted the wrong line, but whatever.
I can fucking read. Yes.
My name's Omega. I'm 10 years old, and I don't know how to read.
Me fail English? That's impossible.
Lord Goban is a, you know, fully mature man, but he's not like necessarily getting too deep in his middle age. He's got a well-trimmed beard, kind of, you know, slicked back hair, probably slight widow's peak. He's a little bit more, you know, tanned and rosy cheeked than you'd expect, you know, relatives of House Verity to be. Normally, they're kind of pale and ethereal, little nebbish. But you know, he comes from a family that at least interacts with sailors a lot. You know, wearing some nice, probably not robes are the wrong word, but like, you know, nice, you know, layered overcoat. There's probably a lot of you know, morning chill right off the ocean. It's still pretty early in spring. And he just kind of like, you know, stands at the end of your gangplank and is like, "Hello there. Permission to come aboard, Captain." Lucy will, you know, double check with you guys for a half second and then wave him on board.
Inos puts down his veil.
Fair enough. Probably your first time meeting this guy.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, he saunters up the gangplank, leaves his men, you know, behind to mind the docks. And it's like, "Captain Leslok, good to see you again. Allow me to introduce myself." He speaks to the rest of you. "Lord Saltire. I'm the lord here, and a barrister of the laws of Verity. I must admit I was a little surprised to have you come in so suddenly, but thank you, of course, for choosing this place to dock. I hope that you have a pleasant stay. I believe my dockmaster reported that you paid up for a simple day's fee of docking.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I completely misheard you. I thought you said my dark master, and I was like,
I have a slight accent. Thank you very much. Guy who can't do his own accent.
That's fair. That's fair.
He gives you the fucking, not actually, but I feel like he's giving you the fucking Joseph Joestar eyeball. No. Also, he's not that old. I thought he was a little older, but he's only like 37, so. Nicely trimmed beard, Got some good solid dark seaman's colors. Just like, yes. Obviously, if you need to stay longer, I would love to offer my hospitality, but he, kind of looks up at the colors you're flying and is like, I believe I can guess where you are headed at this time of year. Lucy just kind of nods and says his hospitality is appreciated. She nods into the growing silence. Lord Goban also nods into the growing silence.
Oh my
Yes.
god. Sorry.
I kicked
Out of
Leslok.
curiosity, House Goban is...
It's Lord
Are they a
Saltire. His name
branch
is
house of
Goban.
Verity?
Yes, they are a cadet house.
Okay, then Nicola would be as away from this conversation as is possible without being rude.
I mean, it's not like there's anything call it there. You'd probably be below deck.
Okay, yeah, me and my sister will be below deck.
Especially because nobody seems in any rush to introduce themselves. So Lucy will awkwardly start introducing everybody, starting with Leslok. Her introduction of Inos is not awkward. She's got your back. But, yes, she'd be like, Lord Leslok Logi. I don't remember what Lucy's accent is. Konrad Logi. His Cavalier, Leslok's Cavalier Logesh Logi, etc. Lucy probably does kind of like, after running down the line, with those with the name Logi, and then does, by the way, would naturally drop Inos next anyway. She does kind of like tilt her head and go, "Oh, yes, Master Gridarvol gotten to. Maybe he's below with the ship's physician." She shrugs.
When Konrad is named, he'll give a polite bow and a pleasure to visit your port, my lord.
Thank you. We
Logesh
try to
in
keep things
turn
running business-like here.
will bow and as well, thank you for accepting us into your port. I'm sure our houses will have many things to talk about over the years. Much catching up to do.
How bracing. What a polite group of young people. Well, I am glad we could do business. I like to keep things orderly in my port. The island of Tron has not always been known for our seafaring, but the island does rely on commerce to support its people. So I'm sure we will have many good trade deals in the future. The markets are, of course, open. I'm sure you have sent sailors and messengers out. I won't keep you over long. I just wanted to, greet you myself, as is benefits, a vassal of the House of Verity. I do have one small inquiry, though. It's been reported by some of my men that, they were run blah. I can't say that in that accent.
Lee.
You were running your rigging a little hard when you came in early this morning. And indeed, I believe even for a vessel of this sleek speed, such as your esteemed Seawolf, the pace from the Biden to here was quite fast. It is quite possibly a record. I would have to check with my almanacsman. And I have also heard reports of incident on the high seas. Is it true? You had an encounter with pirates in the North Sea?
Hold on. I think I would quickly say, yeah, we should tell him. Logesh would probably just look to Lucy because she'd know more about the ethics in this kind of situation.
Unfortunately, Enos will always also look to eat the Lucy.
That's
Save us,
fine,
Lucy.
so long as it's the lack of any guidance that is that
Yeah.
Lucy is like, am I in charge here? If you guys point at her, she's like, oh, okay, cool, I'm in charge here.
Yes.
She'd be like,
I forgot his name, so I couldn't say it.
I wrote it fucking down.
It's
Lord
right there.
Alfonso.
That's why I was opening.
Lord
That's why I was
Alfonso.
shifting to the dock.
No, it's in the chat.
No, I meant fucking pirate's name.
Bloody.
Oh.
We said
Bloody
it earlier.
Brad.
It's Bloody.
Yeah, bloody
Brad.
Bradley Bustler.
Bloody
Or
Bradley
Barry
Buster.
or something.
BB.
Sorry, you didn't give any specifics to the name or person you were referring to.
Also, this is now our official house theme song.
Please don't.
No, you have tact. Socially awkward is correct. I think most of you have a pretty good graces pool. It's just
That's true.
getting,
I have,
getting
like-
you
tact,
guys
none
to
of-
open your mouths sometimes is like opening a crowbar. And
I
I am
just-
not just saying that about Axe.
I have explicit reasons why I'm not here.
Yes, you did say that you were not in this conversation.
Don't worry, Dallas. We can make up our own song about Nicola too.
Anyway.
Oh no, Nicola is the king of socially awkward, just a different way.
Fucking empathy. We discussed this literally.
Oh
Seconds
god,
ago.
I'm just gonna pay a court artist to just paint the most unflattering picture of you all, and I'm just gonna hang it in Stonehearth for everyone to see.
It's like dogs playing poker, but it's just
Yeah.
like you
Okay,
fucking-
okay. That got me laughing, but I didn't pick up on the mic. But like, that got me laughing too much. Too well. It's like, oh my god.
Now you're killing me a little.
Logesh would just look at it proudly and go, good times.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna drink some water. If
Nicola
nothing else comes
Nicola
up,
is definitely a
Lucy will
golden
speak, don't
retriever.
worry.
All happy, no judgment.
They're dogs,
It's like I'm
and they're playing poker.
Enos, I'm trying to be quiet, so I'm not running over the conversation, but it's going nowhere. I'm just like,
Yeah,
No,
it's
don't
like,
worry. You have nodded to Lucy. She
Yes.
will take the ball. I just had to drink some water after that last one. So yeah, she would acknowledge Lord Saltire's statement. I would be like, yes, my lord. Aye, it was flagged the Foxhound. I believe that's Bloody Vossler's crew. And he's like, Vossler? We have not seen him in these waters, but I have heard of him by reputation. This is most unusual, most troubling. Well, you've arrived safe and sound. There are no reports of piracy along the shores of Trone this day. And you can trust me to be upstanding and honest about this. Not just because I run a port. He has a little smile to himself about his joke, but you will notice from his titles he is styled barrister, so he is a judge of the peace as well as a lord.
Okay. Group huddle question now. A serious, like before we make a response. Do we think it would be in our benefit to tell him that we believe this was a targeted attack, or should we just not?
I don't know if we have enough evidence to suggest one way or another.
it's a gut feeling.
Okay, that's fair.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm glad
suspicions
that
at best,
you
no
cut
harm,
that
fucking
conversation off because I would have to be, hey, Nicola, how are you arranging a group huddle? You're in the hold.
So
I don't think you guys had time to pre-plan this.
No.
Nope.
So,
Nicola's
Sweet
just
night
our
at breakfast.
Professor X.
so if anyone wants to talk about, hey, they might think this is a fucking plan, they can say so themselves in character, except for the people who aren't here. So they should shut up.
Continuing on, realizing that, clearly you guys are, not in a mood is the right way, but like, it's early. He's like, well, boat-legged. I shall not keep you over long. If there is anything you need, please call upon my manor. That's because I think you're trying too hard. You could just say, I bow and say, hey.
But politely.
If I really want to call you out, I could make you roll graces.
I do
I
have
will do it.
one question, my lord. I was wondering
Of
if any other notable personages of your house are currently here in the city.
Well, if I were to say they are in this port right now, that would be incorrect. However, I have it on good authority that House Verity is preparing one or more launches to go out soon, and depending on the weather, I do believe that some members of some of the houses may be arriving. Of course, in addition to my own house, House Ghouls and House Martlet are the closest. I do not know how long Duke Verity has been traveling yet. I do not know if he has left the Tredesime. If you would like any messages to be passed along to any visitors, you may entrust them to the care of my people.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Of course. Of course. Very well. As I said, class his hands. I shall leave you. You'd probably have, like, traveling trunks and luggage bags, yes. Probably not, like, a suitcase? But there's some kind of something.
Assuming like a trunk.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like steamer trunks probably. And...
Yeah.
Definitely not actually steamer trunks because there's no
My
steamers.
mind is thinking.
Well,
like,
true. But when I think of the fucking traveling trunk, I always think of the steamer trunk.
Yeah. I think it's
Harry
trunks that
Potter
had
has
the
ruined
fucking-
us.
Fuck! God damn you! I've been trying to say that.
Sorry, Loth.
It's fine. It's
Let
fine.
me check the history of
Fine.
suitcases.
Murder him later.
It's not fine.
It was not fine.
Because that one's still green.
How are you?
Fuck!
How casually you said it.
Leather water bottles, linen knapsacks.
Well-
yeah. So I don't think they'd be quite like the rigid boxiness of a suitcase, but yeah, you'd have bags, haversacks, backpacks, trunks, that sort of stuff.
Okay, I probably have a trunk then. No, sorry, I was just thinking, what do I carry my goldsmithing supplies in? I was like, probably not a sack. That's probably bad for it.
Maybe like a hard
bag.
wooden case or something.
Yeah, you might also have a dedicated like soft interior case, but yeah, probably like a tool bag, with like
Yeah, like
specially
a
positioned
surgeon
areas.
type of surgeon's bag. Have you ever seen those?
Actually, I should actually look up what medieval goldsmith tools actually use. I know they use like some hammers and some grinding stones, but
Small hammers, small chisels, some like picks and stuff, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe some like small like not like tweezers, but something like that. Something small and pinchy for delicate.
pinchy.
You gotta have some big lenses to look at jewels up close.
Indeed.
But yes, so with that remark, he will say, but I wish you smooth sailing in the future. As I said, if you have any need of anything while you are staying, please do not hesitate to call. I shall have a word with some of my men in the sea fortifications for keeping an eye out for pirates. And I would, of course, send along a letter as the next harbor master you have visited to the Lady Admiral, but I suspect that you shall make a better time than any of my messengers. So if you happen to speak to the Lady Admiral, do remember to pass this along. And also tell her she still owes me 2 crowns. With another, little smirk to himself about his joke, he will, do a bow and just kind of like dramatically swoosh away in his big sea coat.
That's a sick
All right, so you have the run of the town.
Cool. What is Lucy going to
have
do
sent
on
out
this on
messages.
her leave?
Lucy, probably spend a couple hours still on the boat, writing her captain's log and running the numbers on the pay and stuff.
Mhm.
After that, probably go into town to market. One for supplies, but also just to see if there's anything interesting.
Okay.
You guys do have some cargo space left in the hold. I know Inos loaded up with a few bits and bobs, some standard trade goods of Iron Demon variety, but
Yeah.
you never know what deals you might find.
All right. So, well, no, I'll wait. Like, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna see if everyone else is gonna like fucking depart the ship and whatnot.
I'm gonna write it down just so I don't have to like interrupt.
I I can tell you that I will be shadowing my sister for the entire shore leave.
My lord cousin, do you require
Where
my
she
presence
can't
at all times?
Where she
during
can't
this
see me.
adventure?
I'll be very
All right, buddy.
explicit on
Roll your stealth pool.
that. All right. Hold on. I need to check something.
Nicola's badly dressed
Check
up
out
as a
which
ninja.
XP you have.
I need to check my esoteric path.
Well, I regret to inform you that if
That
you're
wouldn't
thinking
matter.
about casting glamours, you're on a boat in a city, so I don't think
Yeah,
hunting
no, that
stripes
wouldn't
works.
matter. I do have, once again, I do have a stealth pool that is not miserable.
All right.
Brief
It's
question.
just not as good as Enos's, I think.
I don't have stealth right now.
Oh, then maybe it's better than Enos's.
Anyway, what were you saying next?
I was writing out, but like, would there be like a library or a bookstore in this city, in this port
I
town?
mean, bookstores, yes. Like a library, probably not. No.
Okay, because it's like I just
Well,
it's like
I succeeded.
I mean,
but
I can tell you right
not
now, you would
really,
know
but-
better. Kefis is not here, and he is not going to
Yeah.
be able to meet you. Because, like I said, you are...
I know
House
it's
Verity is in the center of the town, up on the mountain.
that's entirely fair. It's just his craving, so he's going to try anyway.
All right.
I will
You write a wish you were here note, and
Oh,
I need to roll.
I forgot to. Sorry, Omega. I forgot to add a dice to that for my mission pool.
I am going
What's your
to
mission?
task Elverhelm and a couple men-at-arms to keep an eye on the heirs while they are out and about.
Protect my mission is to protect my sister and make sure she has a successful social debut.
Okay, all right, that's fair. This falls under protecting. Yes, Everhelm will probably stick pretty close with the
It
lance.
didn't matter, but
Yes.
Okay, all right.
still 2 ones.
Hoping that Axe is replying to what I said in
I am.
chat. Oh, okay.
Hey, guess what? Your sister is indeed your sister. She rolled better than you.
Yep.
That said, I don't actually, depending on what Leslok wants to do, if he's going to leave the boat, because that hasn't been clarified yet.
I'm going. Or at least I'm gonna go find some books to buy.
Okay, all right. So he's going to go into the shopping district at least for a couple hours, stretch his legs. That's fine. Well, in that case, if you are going out shopping, if you guys don't mind waiting, actually no, Lucy would not impose. She'd run her own errands. In that case, yes, Alestra Gridarvol and all the rest of the heirs would probably want to go out and just walk around the town. Most of them have never been here. Actually, I think all of them probably have never been here specifically.
Mhm.
So they walk around the shopping district, and no, don't, Mister. You're locked in. You said I'm gonna shadow my sister discreetly.
No, I know.
At least until she calls you
And
out
I'm
on
gonna
it.
tell you that probably about 20 minutes into it, she's going to she's probably rolling with the the girl crew with Aurelia and
She's gonna lose me.
Goodwin. No, she's not gonna lose you. Because she's not rolling stealth. She's rolling sight. She's probably going to at some point turn around. Keeping in mind this crew is probably being escorted by, like we said, like a couple of men at arms, to just be like, Nicola, what are you doing back there? Your legs aren't broken, brother. Come along.
I just imagine
you're like-
Nicola
I
hiding
will-
behind a lamppost.
Yeah, I know. You're just peeking around the corner of like a store post or like a cart full of cabbages or something.
So did she
Like-
say come along?
Yeah, she's just like, come along.
All right, I will.
I don't.
You're being
I'm
awkward.
gonna assume your sister is also probably terrible at empathy. And so she sees you. She doesn't immediately think you're trying to like follow her hidden. She thinks you're just being your normal wallflower self, and she's just like, stop skulking around back there, idiot.
Enchanters really don't need to be good
Okay,
empathy, do
fair
they?
enough. I will sheepishly follow her lead.
In that sense, it's
Enchanters really don't need to.
it's a
Yeah.
charm skill. So you will probably join the crowd then for the rest of this. Though obviously, if you want to pop off and do your own thing while shopping, that's fine. So
just-
I assume Logesh asked Leslok, so you are going to follow him into town?
Yes. Even though from what Access said in chat, it is that he would be like, yeah, you can go do whatever while he's doing his own thing. I'm just thinking that like Solo, I guess, would just be there all the time regardless.
That's his choice.
Bookstore.
Enos will ask Konrad if he'll watch out for Huron and Thorin. While they're out and about.
That's what I was actually going to plan to do. So.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. All right. Neato. And then Inos, what about you?
One thing before
Okay.
Konrad does depart, he would send a message to Rena if she arrives in town, let him know that he is in the city. So.
All right. Okay.
All right, that's it.
Then Enos.
All right. Well, once everyone has departed the ship, Enos is going to have a quiet conversation with Lucy and try to convince her to let him awaken her ship.
Wait.
Just list the benefits first.
Well,
He's just a quiet conversation. Just go ahead and roll me. What do we usually do for persuasion? Fascinate?
yes.
Yeah, roll me a fascinate.
This is to protect her. Doesn't have anything to do with us. Social debut.
Vibe check.
90, 10, then. No, I'm not trying to impress her or anything. I just want her safe. It's Polly, right? Not roll.
Yes, it
Yes.
is.
It's Polly. Yeah. I totally didn't type roll, then delete it, then type
9,
Polly.
3, 3 ones. Yeah.
Omega. So I have a question here. So, like, since I'm in private company here, I would have Veloth, which means my beauty 3 takes it up to 10s. But because the 3 1s would become 3 10s, does that become 4 10s?
Oh, you would use the one set. Let me double check how beauty is phrased. Because it may
I
be
think
just
from
the
what I
set you
remember, it
use
would only
gets
be
buffed.
310s, but I'm not sure.
I mean, it'd still be goo.
See here.
Oh yeah, you still got 310s regardless.
The minimum height.
If you're beautiful, it's treated as 2x3 success. You also roll success. The way it says is your set is treated as, so you'd have to pick the 3x1 and it would become 3x10.
Yeah, but that's like a 1, and that's like the minimum. So I'm gonna actually go with the 2x9s and upgrade that to a 10, because I feel like if I go with the 9s, I actually make a better argument. I'm not just relying on my good fucking looks.
Yeah, I mean, you succeeded 4 ways from Sunday, no matter what.
Yeah.
But also, you're pretty, and Lucy likes you.
You're lucky you're pretty.
You just want to be known for my pretty face? I just have a really
If you
pretty
rolled
face?
nothing but the ones, that would be kind of the direction this conversation goes. But, you also got 9s. You list the benefits. What's the cast time on Awakened Object?
I believe it's 6 hours. Let me double check on
It's
that.
doable in the day.
Yes. So, yeah, Lucy would, probably sit and think a while, and, at first she probably, like, starts to laugh it off, and then she's like, oh, my, you're serious. I've never actually heard of such a thing. I mean, yes, I believed him, Max, when he told me, when the man with the spell told me. You can't take it
I'm gonna go get some water.
But yes, I also...
Hydrate.
Oh, wait, Awakened Object's only intensity 2. Okay, I did some math wrong. But yes, it is 6 hours.
Yes. We got blocked in.
Maths.
So, yeah, she says, she's like, oh, well, I've never heard of such a thing. You think this would be possible?
Inos, is quiet for a moment. It's like... And... Oh, no, I guess we can get them. It was like, do you like this ship? Do you love this ship?
Seawolf, one of the finest. She kind of... I think given your personal relationship, she kind of looks at you askance when you say...
Enos is doing dead serious face.
Yeah, I know. That's why, like I said, she kind of like... Well, I suppose I love being the captain. It's something I've always wanted for myself, to command a ship. And certainly, I've never seen any finer than the Seawolf.
Enos nods to that. And,
I can tell you for a fact there's, 70 men on this boat who've shed blood, sweat, and tears for this ship.
and, Inos is, gonna walk over to, you know, like a wall, pat the sea wolf's, bulkhead and just be like, yeah, and she knows that. She can't necessarily tell you or do anything about it, but the sea wolf, she knows. All awakening really does is just gives her a little bit more ability to express that and help out those who have helped her.
Well, I thought you might be having one of your little jokes before, but I see you're dead serious. If you wish to try, you have my permission, I guess, as the captain and owner of the boat. I hope that you'll be able to explain this should it come up to anybody asking. It's been a little bit since I've studied my scripture and law, but I'm pretty sure there's nothing in the Scepter script against magicking your boat. I don't actually know how much of a scholar of the human religion Inos is, but you also yourself probably don't recall anything like the strictures against like what is considered forbidden sorcery is usually like pretty direct.
I thought it was like creating like life from nothing,
creating life and fucking with the dead.
Yeah, basically. Because technically there's no need to make like killing people with magic illegal because under the king's law, stabbing somebody with a knife for no reason is also already illegal. Yeah.
Don't kill people.
It's not hard.
So you won't get in religious, court for that. You'll get in regular court. Oi, that man blew up me cow with alchemist's fire. It was an accident, and the cow deserved it. Last 1,000 years dungeon.
But I gave them all the meat. It was perfectly cooked.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't want to eat alchemy. That shit burns forever. Well, not forever, but you know what I mean. It's very well done steaks, but yeah.
Inos is gonna nod, and he's gonna have just when she mocks about how how serious, and he's just gonna quietly remark, I just want to keep you safe.
She'll kind of stand, put a hand on your shoulder, and say, and I appreciate that very much, Inos, even though I am a big girl who can look after herself. And also, I am the head of a house now, which, even though it's only been a couple of months, as you may have noticed with Leslok, there are a lot of fighting fit young men and women who are also supposed to keep me safe. Before Inos can, because I feel like Inos probably would say something back to that, she, raises a polite finger. Something she's probably had to learn to do, because Inos can steer a conversation very well.
Yes.
Yes, I know. We're on a boat. It didn't matter yesterday. Normally, I don't go out in my own boat. Let's do something about that guy, Vossler. But, yes, you're very serious. I understand this. Certainly, if the ship is... I don't know if better is quite the right word, the way you've described it, but more shiply, that makes my job easier as the captain, and it helps me keep the crew of, men and women under my charge better.
Now, Inos will just quietly nod and, put on his theatric face and be like, right then, I'll get right to it.
Do you need anything to prepare, or just some privacy?
No, I just have to have a conversation with the old girl.
She kind of tilts her head once again, because she knows Inos is not a sailor, but she's also not a sorcerer, so she's trying to bridge the mind, and she kind of tilts her head, scratches her chin, and says, "Now, when you think talking to the ship, do you think you speak to the helm or to the front? We have a figurehead,
It's like, honestly,
Would it be the wheel?
honestly, like, hang on, like, I'm thinking, like, where would the heart of a ship be? Would it be in the captain's
Really
quarter?
philosophical question. I mean, yeah, it probably would be at the aft with like the helm or the captain's quarters.
Yeah, I was thinking the steering wheel or the.
This
Is that what it's called?
Yes.
Yeah, the helm.
Yeah, no, it's like, oh no, we're like, oh no, we'll. It's like, oh no, we go to where the haunt is, and he'll just like stare at the middle point of the captain's quarters.
Right. Well, let me finish tallying up my numbers. I guess I'll skip sharpening my harpoons for the day, and I'll go out and do some supplies. If you need anything, call. Bill's around here somewhere.
Agree. Inos starts to relax and get into his meditative focus.
Yeah.
But he is going to cast Awaken the Soul. Awakened Object, excuse me. Or Awakened Soul. The same thing in my opinion.
First step of many.
I have an expert die in Soulcraft. And I am going to set it to 5.
A nice even number.
Well, I didn't need it with a pair of 8s, but also my expert die was completely off.
Yes.
But I am...
It happens.
I did miss, but you got 8s and 6s.
So I will awaken this boat, and I am indisposed of for the next 6 hours, as I am in a deep meditative trance of prayer, whispered conversation, and chanting.
And probably a decent amount of just touchy.
Oh yeah, no.
Feels
Inos is probably just on his knees, just running his fingers along the wood grain on the deck in the captain's corner as he does this. It probably looks really fucking weird.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you just
Don't
like
worry,
walk like all over the whole ship.
Probably
He's
don't
rolling
need
to seduce
to
the boat.
cover the whole ship, end to end. That's why we asked about the heart.
Yes.
Just come back.
I would say
Enos,
since this is the first time Enos
come back
has
to
worked-
us. No, shit.
I
Shake,
would
shake,
say
shake.
since this is the first time Enos has worked with such a large object, and you don't know Eidolon Machina yet, right?
Yeah. No.
Okay. Then yeah, you definitely can probably understand like how that can be a separate like step of the work, because a boat, like I said, 70 souls aboard, a crew, that does have a lot of energy. It's almost like a miniature like soul of a place, because houses and stuff can have spirits or souls to them, but they tend to be different because they're very static. They kind of like accrue over generations. This is a little different, but there's a lot of emotions involved in sailing the boat, so it's definitely got a lot of stuff to work with. But you are successful. Nothing really actively changes about the boat directly, but definitely it's the kind of thing where like the lines seem to like move a little smoother. The rudder and the sails kind of tilt a little faster. The wheel spins a little better, but also holds fast when Lucy or one of her pilots wants to hold it steady a little better.
Mhm.
Just the whole ship seems more unified and together. All right. Okay. So, I think we got everybody. Yeah.
Yep.
We sent out some notes. People going shopping. Leslok has plans specifically for what he's looking for. I mean, yeah.
If you have nothing in mind, we can just pass it.
No, I don't have anything in mind. But I'm also, I don't think I can let you get away with just being like something sweet for my sweetie without you either telling me what it is or making a roll of some sort.
That's fair.
But I like how you put it on me of like, I would know what would be a nice gift for my mother. I'm like, yes, I don't know what that would be.
I'm not sure. That's why I said I know Leslok would. I wouldn't.
Well, guess what? That means you're making my profit. I don't know either.
Fair. I guess.
We already have several.
Are we are we in a group together, or is Leslok separate?
Not
from us?
literally together, but I feel like at least before lunch, you guys are all gonna be, on the town looking in the
Okay.
shops, so you're around.
Then Nicola would. No, he wouldn't. Never mind. I was gonna say Nicola would see Leslok's confusion, but no, he wouldn't. Never mind. No, you're on
Good.
your own.
You have a grasp of your own character. Good job, Dallas.
I went.
Yes.
I was gonna have Nicola hilariously.
I've realized a problem.
If I'm not around to wrangle these guys, it just falls
You're on a
apart.
boat for 6 hours. They don't know what they're doing anymore.
Well, actually, I was
They're
about to
just
say, Lord Cousin, do you require any assistance?
I mean, I
Or
don't.
would you like
strictly,
some
strictly
advice?
speaking, the question of getting something for Cressida, that's not an in-character question. Axe is correct. Leslok should know what his mother likes, but that's also not something that we've really
Went into.
discussed back and forth. So as players and game master, I don't know what that would be.
That's something we'll have to do
We're
with
not
like
gonna
just
see her.
we'll sort
for
out
like
in post.
a month at least. So yeah,
can
we
get
can
us
put
over
a
the
pin in that
capital.
one.
I think it's like the capital.
For Nerissa, I definitely need you to either roll something or give me a ballpark of what kind of gift you're getting, because gift giving is important to courtship, but there are a few different sorts of gifts you could
The
give.
things I know. I can't get her a spear. I can't get her a horse. And
Those are things she likes, yes, but those are not appropriate gifts.
And I don't think getting her a book would have much meaning.
Oh, I know what I can do.
Honestly, the best thing
Why don't you just get her a nice brooch, jeweled brooch with a horse on it?
I was thinking approach her like a hairpiece, yeah.
No, you weren't.
I was literally thinking about a co, but it's like, that's not how to word this. Now it's the right thing.
That was my idea. I did it last week.
Yeah, you had it made scrimshroud.
You could get her a horse comb.
I mean, she probably
Would that be a
horse.
thing in medieval times?
They're
Not medieval.
But yes, also we definitely have them. God, not. Sorry, I know that gift giving is important, but as usual, Google fucking sucks, and it's just giving gifts to your friend or romantic partner who loves Jane Austen. I'm like, but
Who?
what
Oh
about
my
in
God.
Jane Austen, dumbass? In history, in real life.
But Jane Austen, though.
Sadly, I don't own any copies of Jane Austen in my house to just fucking speed read through. Jewelry, I think, would be appropriate.
Fair. I will get one that fits her colors.
I would say
Maybe
you
red
should
and
get
gold.
something personalized and not necessarily something expensive, probably, because, you're rich, but you're not her level of rich, so I don't know that you
This is a
get...
good question. What's your current wealth, Leslok?
5.
That's pretty good.
But
This is Nerissa, get without
correct?
external means.
This is for Nerissa, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Tilly's telling me I'm not this bad with characters. That's the 5th princess, right?
Yes.
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 Okay, so yeah, I get something personalized. Do you remember the conversation you had with her?
Yes, I was thinking of. I think I should get her a hairpiece with her, maybe with a ruby and probably at least golden colored or like golden filigree. Maybe not. It depends if that takes too long, too expensive, but probably shaped like a dragon wing.
I mean, if you
That's-
want to get something like kind of I guess a dragonic hairpin or something like that, they're not gonna have those here made.
Mhm.
Sorry, my opinions of how long it takes to make things are unfortunately misshaped by the amount of grinding goldsmith I've been doing in Final Fantasy XIV. You tell me to make a jeweled brooch, and I'll be back in 5 minutes. I just got to go dig up the gold and the jewels myself.
I mean,
But
if
no,
you already
that's
have
like 2
the-
days. Yeah.
If you already have the gold, it's like 2 days.
Yeah, it would.
Well, it depends on what kind of gem you want to set into it too.
Leslok will probably just have to find just a jeweler's opinion on the design, and then probably just get it commissioned in the capital.
Yeah, I mean, that would probably be the equivalent of a wealth 1 spend to just visit a jeweler's and get them to approve and prototype and even sketch a design.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Alternatively, and I don't want to put everything on the group on the poor man, but we do kind of live with a jeweler, if I'm not
The
incorrect.
problem is Enos's seasickness.
Right, I forgot he's
Would
useless on the boat.
would Enos like, because you wouldn't necessarily have been able to pre-plan this. You've only been at sea a couple of days, but
No.
Enos would have enough time to make the desired item on the trip. But would
I don't think he'd
Enos
enjoy it.
feel up to working?
Oh, I'm telling you right now,
In
I'm
the
not going to be
field.
doing any sort of goldsmithing on boat. The boat rocks and stuff moves. I need
Yeah.
things to be standing still for me to work properly.
I
Oh,
got
yeah,
stuff.
no.
You could probably acquire. Yeah, it's not even finished. Like a jeweled brooch is like wealth 2.
Like,
You
I'm
could probably get the raw materials for like 1 wealth, and then you can decide if you want it to be commissioned by an independent artisan in the capital, or once you're settled in, asking. Enos
I'll
to
get
do
someone
it
to work
for
out.
you.
I'll go pay someone to work out the design, and I'll probably like talk about Enos when we're leaving.
Well, again,
You can-
Enos. Well, like I said, you would probably know about this about Enos. Enos ain't gonna do someone else's design.
Okay,
If
fair.
you want Enos to do jewelry, you got to leave it up to Enos to do the design. Just tell him what you want.
Yeah. In that case, like I said, you can probably.
You
still
cannot
acquire the
pay
raw
Enos an
materials.
exposure.
I'm not doing
Well,
any
And like on the boat ride, once Enos is done dying, we can discuss the design and we can do some sketches. I'm assuming. I meant to ask this. I'm assuming expert goldsmiths will let me like sketch jewelry designs and whatnot and plan them.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
probably don't even have to roll it either.
Yeah.
But yeah. No.
So yeah, no, we can talk about what you want, but no, like we can do the design on the boat, and once we actually get to the compound, because I did mention this, Enos has converted one of the empty rooms into a goldsmithing workshop there.
Then
Yeah.
let's go looking just to at least get an idea of what he wants it to be.
That's
Yeah,
good.
that's fair. You can window shop, and like I said, if you want to go ahead and secure the raw materials now, that would probably be the equivalent of like wealth 1. Just get probably a single ingot of gold for a hairpiece.
And not even like a big one, like those small ones you fit in
Yeah,
your hand.
like just get him some
Like a
a
jeweler's
small
ingot.
thumb's worth of gold. Find a couple of. Actually, this is a good question because I think Leslok would know Enos's preference. Enos, do you prefer to work with uncut stones yourself?
Yes.
Then yeah, no, that's definitely much. It's a little harder to find, but would be cheaper to buy. So yeah, you can easily acquire raw materials to have Enos.
In
work on
between that,
this.
I'm just gonna see if there's any like odd things around or some older books. I guess just books in general,
Go
because
ahead
it's
and
like
roll me
ages
some
there.
dice. We'll see if you if you get a hit, you can find something cool.
Okay.
Cool and stuff.
Cool stuff.
Me 7s, all right.
Evans.
Yeah, you probably find some rare printings of books.
What do I sketch on? Like crappy paper? Shitty paper? Papyrus? Probably not papyrus.
Yeah, probably sturdy paper.
What? Probably wax paper, honestly.
I'm gonna write out what I think there because I need to like think out what I think those books are.
Yeah, sure. If you got any ideas for rare books, Logesh, you're following around Leslok. Anything you would want to keep an eye out for, or are you just going to be making sure nobody does like that one scene with fucking Amaric in Heaven's Word and just walks up to Leslok, stabs him, and runs away.
That guy was pretty good at just the stab and run.
Yeah.
Spoiler.
Wasn't he tackled like a few feet away anyway?
Yes,
But
but his
anyway,
guard, it's separate. His guard was good at his job.
Dallas, you. Never mind. Not getting into this with you. Anyway,
It's over 8 years old.
no,
Fine.
Dallas is just never gonna get there. But
I'm
Logesh,
trying.
No, you're not.
We're not having
Logesh
this. It's not
will.
this conversation.
Yes,
No,
Logesh.
if right now he has been asked to bodyguard Leslok, he will almost badgeringly make sure to keep an eye out.
That's fair. All right.
And that's why I had to use the words badgeringly. He is
Yes. You're there.
watching like a hawk.
Okay, in that case, Konrad or Nicola, anything you guys would be doing in specific shopping, or are you just chaperoning?
I probably would pick up something for probably Yvette. Yeah, probably pick up something for like. Okay, what is the medieval equivalent to buying a gift that's like, you're my friend, but I have no romantic interest in you?
I
What
mean,
is
you could just give gifts. Yes.
Friendship bracelet?
No. Jewelry.
No.
I don't know.
A masanga.
No, just normal gift exchange. Books
Yeah.
are pretty easy. Raw materials, like you can get items of clothing that are not necessarily intimate.
Yeah, I'll probably get because she is oh god, what she's part of the Rangers. Does that mean she's like a wilderness focused like?
I mean, not necessarily strictly. She's
Actually, let me double check my math here.
dame of an order, so.
Okay.
Math.
A traveling cloak probably couldn't go wrong no matter what.
Yeah, I'll probably get her a very nice traveling cloak. I know what I'm getting Paz, and I'm gonna need to borrow Leslok on the boat back for that. Let's see. That how do I buy? See, this is a problem with having obscenely rich friends. Like, how do you shop for that?
Well, you either go with something super expensive or you get something super personal.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll probably just like.
Also, you have to remember they are kind of in the same situation as us. Like some of them are heirs and stuff, but like they probably don't have that much more personal wealth than we do.
Oh no! So the person I'm thinking of specifically when I said that was Alias. So, yeah, the Crown Prince to be more specific.
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't know how to shop for him. No, I know what I'll get him. Okay. Yeah. So I need a traveling cloak, and then what's the game? Sorry,
Quattrum?
Logesh, what's the game? Quattrum? I will buy a novelty and slightly tacky Quattrum set.
That can probably be arranged.
Specifically tacky.
What you guys are seeing,
100%.
as you're going
Something
out
that he
there.
would never own.
Yeah. What you guys are seeing a lot of what you're going on here. Obviously, they've got a lot of food market. There's there's salt merchants with big barrels of sea salt. There's plenty of fresh fish market. People making like salted meats and stuff, selling food on the street. Big like heavy duty exports out of Saintsquay are stuff like gypsum and plaster. Certain mineral wealth. But also there are a wide variety of local regional exports. A lot of choices when if you guys are thinking of clothing, but lots of also just in general like dyes and coloration, various forms of paints and pigments. There's also a lot of wine exporters in town, but I don't know if any of you guys are gonna bother with a bottle of fancy wine.
I don't know vintage.
And there's a decent amount of goods coming in, but one thing you are definitely noticing on the streets is even at this season, and actually honestly, even this is the right season for it as well, with the Festival of the Rising Dragon, only a few weeks away. A lot of the township and the like normal markets and public areas of the town are packed with religious pilgrims. If you're coming to Tron to start a religious pilgrimage to, see the mountain, see Tredecim, see the Astrakan Hill, and where the Pontiff is, the Pontifex, you usually start here or a couple of other ports. So there are a lot of, pilgrims in town on pilgrimage, dressed in very, simple homespun type clothing. And there are a lot of businesses and merchants which also cater to them. So like I said, probably a lot of food, lots of like, cheap traveling clothes. There would also be higher quality stuff, but that probably handles, the cloak very well. Honestly, with boat rides, it's probably not that hard to get something that is basically like a souvenir, like the Quattrum set and other like little novelty stuff, because these people are not planning on staying, so they will need something to do on the long boat ride back, and so on and so forth. So I believe that leaves just if Konrad wants to get any shopping done.
Yeah, Conrad will do a little bit of shopping. But mostly he is the chauffeuring, and I'm guessing Conrad's been here at least a couple times because he has visited
Yes.
Thrawn before, and this is their main port city, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so he probably show around and do a little bit of shopping. Specifically, he probably would look for a few books. Specifically, I think he's going to probably get a new like travel size copy of the Septascript.
Again, Pilgrimage Town, loads of those.
Probably a
He would
kiosk
probably
of some
look
sort.
for some treaties in naval combat.
No, that's probably there's probably not like super in detailed at this point in history, but yeah, there are probably a few like collections of essays about naval theory.
Yeah. And lastly, he's gonna get a little like I guess it would be not like an oil lamp, but like a kind of like a little for a candle holder that's kind of like safe to bring on a ship, like protected and stuff.
Yeah.
And he's gonna find a selection of scented herbal medicinal candles. And I think that's about it.
Yeah, that could be arranged, and I think all that would fall. How much wealth do you have?
3.
Yeah, most of that stuff should be 2 or lower.
Okay.
All right. Well, yes, and Leslok is looking for historical studies on the Mount Throne and the actual thrones. And probably I'd love to stop and come up with the old English phrasing of something like on the study of hauntings and ghosts. But yeah, you could probably find one of those. This is like you said, this is a religious and spiritual culture, but not unknown to the spookening. You guys probably pass in the streets, stalls for several types of fortune tellers. There are people who will read your fortune with a varret, palmistry. Probably nobody claiming to be scrying like in crystal balls or anything, but you would find a couple of rune throwers, all sorts of stuff.
Chris would probably like a new crystal. Chris would probably like actually a crystal ball or a nice mirror.
Wait, no, I gotta go back 5 on my language here.
I mean, she probably has mirrors, but getting her another travel-sized mirror or something would probably not be averse.
I think of them like silver and probably durable.
But yes.
Wait, did we give? I have a question. Do the heirs have a wealth? Do they have an allowance?
Yes. I'm judging by how I've statted Aurelia and Huron. Yes.
Okay, just making sure they have spending money.
No,
I have
also,
nothing.
my sister could literally ask me to buy her anything, and I would. So.
Yes, Aurelia is wealth 2 by the stats.
Okay.
And so is Huron. And they have a little bit of status.
1, 2, 3.
I was going to ask Omega, what's the drinking age in this universe?
What's a drinking age?
3.
Okay, point taken.
Everything's got.
I
Everything's
would
all
also probably pick up a bottle of a really, really high quality wine.
How much
I think that'd be a good gift
5
for.
rate?
Yes, and also to put on that, my Nicola's wealth is mostly personal because he is not the heir to his thing.
Well, no, that's if Leslok wanted to punch that up or somebody else, that would be like getting into the treasure score as well. But no, yes, you should be able to find a fine bottle of wine. Yes,
Because I think that's something Egan would enjoy. Am I saying that right? It's Egan? Yeah, Egan.
yes, Egan Ferretti. Alrighty, okay.
I think that's everyone on my shopping list. I don't want to buy anything for Alphen here because it feels like tacky to buy stuff for someone in their own town.
Locally, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. your heirs and attendants do probably do a little bit of shopping of their own, but nothing like crazy. I think as usual, Aurelia spends a decent amount of time at the shoe shop, the cobblers. Still lining up some new boots. Probably picks up a new a couple new feather ink quills and bottles of ink.
If you don't mind me asking, there will be probably one point Logesh would go grab a gift for someone or two people. If there's a chance, he'd probably go and see with Wolf 3 what kind of fancy wine he can grab while he's here.
Yeah, you can pick up bottles of wine. Nicola did that earlier.
Okay, he'll get 3 bottles. If that's alright.
Yeah, probably.
One to share with Everhelm. One to gift to Alias, I believe. Yeah, the Crown Prince.
Yeah.
And one for Rodrigo.
Right.
Even if Rodrigo's not going to show up.
Rodrigo enjoyed that.
Yes, no, that would be the pip on that one.
He would just uncork it and start drinking it straight up.
Probably not, but he would definitely give it to the right context. He would be like,
I'm sorry, I just heard that. I just see he sees the bottle uncorks. You just hear the air horns, do 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 do, and he just starts downing it. Immediate party vibes ensue.
No, I imagine. Sorry.
Go.
I was gonna say I imagine that. Oh, you brought wine. Let me pull out my chalice.
Yes,
it's made of it's made of pure it's like it has to be, I guess,
you could make it from flexible glass. That shit doesn't break.
Pure smoked glass.
Anyway, all right. About luncheon time, you guys are probably need to make some plans for a midday meal. You can technically take breaks in the middle of your casting. You just don't finish it faster, but if you want to run straight through, that's your own beeswax.
I'm gonna run straight through.
But probably around lunchtime is when some of your messages get back to you, which is basically a small party from sorry, blanked for a second. A small party from House Martlet will be in town for probably late lunch an hour. Just sending runners ahead and making sure to get the letters. Yes, Rena would probably write you ahead and let you know where in town they plan to dine. And yes, it would be her and her mother would be present. And probably a couple of attendants. So she would go ahead and let you know where they're planning on eating before settling into a guest house somewhere. So you may, make your plans to call accordingly. And yes, there is probably a roundabout note that eventually will make its way to Inos about Reschool's being in town, but I suspect that by the time he actually stops casting to read the note, she'll already be in town, and we will handle that one.
Oh god, I just have this image of Nicola, or sorry, Inos perfectly meditating, and just a sticky note posted on his forehead.
Not quite that bad, but yeah.
A letter left at the door.
So I just imagined him doing the fucking full lotus sit and just somebody bouncing a letter off his forehead, they just shuriken through the envelope.
Message for you, my lord.
It just nestles against inside his horns
Your
like
eyes
it's a fucking
only.
letter holder.
No, it's a paper airplane. It just whizzes into his lap.
Oh shit! Okay.
But
no,
yeah,
I
so
did that
let
wrong.
us settle the matter of luncheon first.
Yeah.
How would you guys like to go about dining? Keeping in mind, the crew is on shore leave, so not necessarily going to get any food in the galley back at the ship.
I would leave that up to the heirs to decide. It's their adventure. They should. I want them to have fun.
I take that back. I do not have an expert dice.
I feel like
didn't realize.
Aurelia like pointed stare at Konrad.
What?
Brother, do you not have any plans for luncheon?
I promise I will watch after.
Nudge, Leslok.
Okay, where's the
Not that,
book on?
brother.
Where's the book? Where's the book on fucking Tri-Crown cuisine?
Hey, guess who has?
Uh,
guess who does have empathy?
Aren, you'll be okay on your own for a little while, right? Stay with the rest of the group.
Just kind of, I feel like he kind of like rotates around a little, like, oh, sure, but where are you? And Aurelia just like drives a heel into his foot, and he just kind of, yes,
Note to self, Aurelia.
brother mine, I will be perfectly all right. Except
You hear the
maybe my
wheeze of someone
foot bone.
losing air.
Note to self, Aurelia is rating our mail.
No, but she actually has 2 dice in empathy and a not terrible sense score.
Ah, right. So we're competent in the family. Oops.
Oh
no,
you.
Enos
Hey,
is here.
fun
Excuse
fact,
me.
guess who, from that roleplay reaction, guess who I didn't give any points in empathy to and is just sense 2?
He's like his brother.
yeah. So, no, he absolutely does not pick up on what
Wow.
Conrad is putting down, but Aurelia
Huron is
does
actually
the normal
worse.
thing for an older sister and picks up on it for him.
Huron is actually worse than me. It's amazing.
Like, honestly, the way his stats checked out, he's like, he's a very likable little guy. He's got command 4 at age 15, just from the way the stats shook
Oh,
out.
Jesus.
And like, he's not terrible at like coordination or sword, but his pools are very focused. And he has pretty average stats otherwise. He's also a little bit of a dummy. He's only knowledge 2 and has tactics 1.
Probably not tell this
That's
kid
not
about
too bad.
names. He might be good at that.
Well, you would have to study a lot about it if you want to figure
True.
that shit out. Anyway, but yeah, so yes, Conrad.
Conrad definitely slips off and goes to gather the gift he has for Rena, and will arrange to join them for lunch.
Yeah, you probably like. The power
Send a-
of a
send a
cell
message,
phone,
yeah.
you send a note ahead to the restaurant to tell them to give the note to these people. You know,
Yeah.
it's like a game of telephone, but none of you know what the fuck a telephone is.
It's a game of runners.
Yeah. There's a reason why the king's couriers are a fucking crown office.
Yeah.
You probably, you may or may not, I want to make a joke that when you pop back to the boat to get your gift, you hear from the cabin, the captain's cabin, Inos chanting, "Yumo guai guai fai di cao."
Actually, that's for the spell. Actually, that actually means to spell evil
I know.
spirits.
It's evil spirits get out. But
Well,
Conrad does actually
Conrad
speak
now
of-
has Eerie now, so
Oh, you actually get to learn
Actually,
Find
yes,
Your
you
Brother.
probably should roll sense plus eerie if you are popping back to the boat during this time period.
My only thought is Conrad is going, not getting involved in that shit.
I mean that's probably what his response be either way. Nope.
You
Yeah,
do
whatever is
actually
ominous,
speak
though.
deep speak pretty good, so whatever Enos would have to say to, be part of the spell, you would understand.
Got it.
Her threes.
Yeah, no, you get a distinct sense that Enos is working something supernatural in the captain's cabin, and you'd probably be best not to disturb him at this time.
Conrad for a second's like, oh, he's working his magic in the captain's quarter. Oh, he's working his magic in the captain. Wait,
Wrong
Lucy's
sense
not
that
in.
tickles.
Lucy's not in
Yeah.
the captain's court.
No, yeah.
I'm
Your-
just gonna
your-
get my stuff and get leave.
Your eerie goes off, not your other sense. And you're just like, wait a minute.
Your danger sense.
A note to ask Inos about that later, but for now, to meet someone's mother, which Conrad's kind of dreading.
What?
Huh?
Sorry, no. I just saw what fucking Dallas posted up. Ignore me.
Oh, okay, that's weird. Anyway,
Sorry, answering a chat question. Yes. So, yeah, you are going to the restaurant. You are technically, and you're running back to the boat and back, so that makes sense that you're going to be there a little. So you're going to be in for a late lunch an hour.
Yep.
The rest of you, with Conrad broken off from your group, do you have any luncheon plans? And at some point, once again, your retainers may need to save your ass because it feels like Leslok is much more interested in reading old books than eating.
No,
I'll
that sounds about
TBH.
right for him.
Yeah, I'm about to say probably not.
I mean,
TBH.
I would probably try. I mean, he'll at least go there and probably eat. It's just he's probably not going to be focusing on
I
eating it
will
that quickly.
probably ask around to find someone who knows something.
Which sort of
Leslok.
something about like place to eat?
Yes, brother.
Yeah, just like a really nice place to eat, and I'll basically treat everyone in our little party to lunch.
Okay.
Doable?
Leslok will be
Oh.
dragged to lunch by Logesh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I will go.
You can still be
We need
reading
to
your
get a
book,
leash.
but
I will go. I could pause. It's fine.
We need to get
I-
a leash for you.
I remember things very quickly, so I actually don't want to do it quickly. So I'll
as long as
wait.
you don't dog ear the book.
Yes. All right. So these guys, eat a nice lunch separately. All together. It's again perfectly easy for Nicola to pay using his sweet alchemist monies. To pay for lunch. Probably
I heard that.
a fish-based luncheon. Get you some fish soup. Probably some fresh bread. A little bit of salt on the side. Maybe some high quality.
Yeah.
Crackers. Not like ship's crackers.
Nicola
but like
orders
actual
whatever
crackers.
the medieval equivalent of ceviche is.
Yeah.
It's a fucking
Possibly ceviche.
Okay,
Some
Nicola
forms
will
of
get
like
ceviche.
classical, French and Italian cooking are really fucking old. Yeah, but yeah, that sort of thing. Simple repast. Most of it probably served with watered down wine. Because again, you're right next to the ocean, so
I'll make sure
fresh water's a
everyone-
little weird.
I will make sure everyone gets at least some sort of fruits and vegetables on their plates.
Yeah, there's probably some seasonal fruits and veg to get at, or at least dried and salted. Candied maybe?
Leslok will have his plate slowly being piled upon with healthy and hearty foods by Logesh.
Yes.
He's funny too. It's like he's like average.
Yeah, no, it's like eat,
And you need to bulk up, boy.
cuz.
Ugh.
Cousin, you must eat.
Cousin, please stop using Conrad as a benchmark.
No,
I believe
you are
I
not going
believe
to be
he's
as built
using-
as him. I know that much. I'm not aiming to make you built like him.
Cousin, I believe he's using himself as a benchmark. He's no slouch either. Is what, your body 3, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Also, you're like healthy and active. Honestly, I'm gonna say at this point, you're probably the scrawniest one in our group.
I mean, Leslok has some points in athletics now.
Yeah, you're still probably a little small and lean.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
You know.
But if you're going to be...
I feel like naturally being the youngest lad that he is, Huron is probably like, don't worry, brother. I'll eat anything you don't want. Smile. Wink.
Nudge.
Good words, Huron. Start moving food to his plate.
Challenge, cousin.
Watch out, he has the metabolism of youth.
Unbuttons his sleeves and rolls
Oh,
them
Oh,
up.
he's 15.
Unbuttons his
Black
sleeves?
hole.
Yeah, no.
Fuck,
He's
he's getting
wearing long
serious.
sleeves. No, he's gonna undo the little buttons that are holding him together to roll them up. Just like, a challenge, you say?
Nicholas Thought Bubble, my wallet.
Oh, yeah, speaking of...
Oh, you're
party,
paying? I'll take more, actually.
That's what convinced... Okay, you know what?
Got him.
The
don't
things
forget
I
how
used
you
to
did
love.
that.
Aurelia just puts her head in her hands and just like, boys.
Speaking of which, Aurelia, vegetables as
True
well. don't
words were
forget.
never spoken.
I
Sure
am
words were
eating
never
fine,
spoken.
Yes.
You're eating fine, but healthy?
I'm just trying to make sure everyone gets fruit so they don't get scurvy.
I haven't had fruit in a while. It'd be nice.
Thank you for reminding me, Nicola. And Logesh would also make sure he has plenty of fruits and vegetables along with
Yeah.
meats.
Honestly,
Nah,
you're
so-
probably one way you can also get your citrus in is there's probably like non-alcoholic like lemon water, like lemon-infused water.
Makes sense considering it's a port town.
Yeah,
Try that a lot.
Omega, completely side question here. Does the island of Troll have a lot of apiaries on the island? Or do they do a lot of honey?
They probably don't manufacture a lot of honey. They do have some. Probably try and like do their own beehives, but it's mostly to keep their plants and flowers fertilized because one of their exports I listed earlier is dyes and pigments.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Well, no. When I'm just gonna go look. I'm just something in particular I wanted to go look for when Inos got free. So sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to get that out.
No, it's fine. Honestly, as much fun as we're having, I don't think lunch needs to go on too much longer.
Yeah.
Everybody's managing their food. Everhelm Feren tries to make sure he can eat as much as Logesh. He's probably as decent at that. A much better win record on that rate front than Quattrarm. But everybody can eat to their fill. I feel like when thinking about his wallet, Alestra like pats Nicola on the shoulder. We're all having good fun here. So Konrad is dining slightly later. I don't, trying to think, Well, I mean, I do think actually, with Inos, I think all of you guys would know that he's not like with you.
Yeah, he knows. You guys would know that he's not with you, but you don't know where he is or what he's doing.
Oh, no, don't worry, I
I'm
know.
sure that you know that he hadn't left the boat by the time you all left.
Yes.
Would I know he hadn't left the boat?
Yes. At the very least,
then
when you
yeah,
saw him left, he hadn't gone.
I would get the doggy bag then because.
Wait, but how would he know that I hadn't left the boat?
I mean, he wouldn't know you never left the boat ever, but he would know that you hadn't left the boat by the time he left.
Yeah.
Would I have seen Would I have seen Lucy leaving the boat though?
By this hour, yes. Lucy probably has been. She does not dine with you because she is securing supplies for the boat.
No, I
She's
get
been out and
that.
about.
Okay, so I don't know. I probably still would get a doggy bag then because I would if you're not with Lucy, I would assume you might have gotten distracted and not had lunch.
I'm gonna throw this.
Or
one
you're
here.
feeling too
Logesh
ill
would
to
have
get
thought
lunch.
that Inos would go out and be carousing with people and getting his own food.
Yeah.
No, that's a good
Honestly,
point.
I don't know how common leftovers or takeout would be in this time period.
No,
I don't know
Hey, actually, wait a second. Yeah, they give you a brown paper bag in this day and age.
Yeah, no.
I
If
don't-
you
I don't
were
actually
to
know how easy it
assume,
would
you
be
probably
to get
assume
to
that
the
Inos is out doing some sort of socializing, or maybe going to see one of the people that he, because
Or Rizgul has kidnapped you.
that is also likely.
Well, we haven't gotten that. We've got like 3 more hours before Enos is done casting.
Yes.
Enos is casting and just feels the tank bust on him. He's like, what?
Abduction.
No, I don't think it's like that.
I wouldn't mind
not
Ray
that
Schools
bad.
casting into Tank Buster. I mean, I'm telling you what.
But yeah, so Konrad, you take a later lunch. I don't have names of fine restaurants off the top of my head, but it's something suitable there.
Okay.
And yes, you would probably be taken to a table, and you would be obviously you already know Rena. You would be formally introduced to her mother, Dinah Martlet. I believe you mentioned in your notes on the Dramatis Personae you haven't formally met her yet, so.
Yeah, I
This is the
figured
first
we
time.
haven't formally met her since while he has been back and forth to Tron, he's probably never there for a huge amount of time.
Yes, and you probably have not made it a point to formally visit and stay over in. Let me actually. What's the subtitle of this? Because I can tell you what the name of their main city is, but it's in a languageify stuff. So I think I have a sub name.
Lady of Perlicora?
Perquor, yes.
Perquor.
Also known as, if you can't say all that, known as the Roost. Yeah, you probably have not formally spent time.
Oof.
It's like Perquire, but with more wow.
Wow.
Rower.
So, it's probably been at least since before winter since you've seen Brenna Martlet. She's looking in good health. Probably gained a couple of inches since you last saw her, and certainly since she was on screen, as it were, last. But compared to your tallitude, probably not much growth. She's probably still like a head shorter than you.
Yeah, the description I've heard was definitely that she was on the petite side.
Yes. Yeah, and she hasn't really gained a lot in the verticality department. Dressing very nicely, but probably not like super ostentatiously. Not like a wash in like her jewels and rings or anything for a luncheon. Her mother, Dinah Martlet, is probably a little taller than her daughter. Got kind of that like heavier set build like you would expect from a certain type of opera singer.
Mm-hmm.
Like, certainly she's not, not quite the metaphorical fat lady from like a Bugs Bunny cartoon, but like she's a little taller, a little thicker set, full figured. Does have her hair kind of, cut short about ear length and kind of a very simple, I think, I don't have it on the top of my head, but I think Rena's hair color was dark brown or black.
I believe it was brown.
Yes, she's a brunette. So yes, probably that same kind of like maybe even a little, darker shade. Sharp, delicate features. Got a little bit of like a feather frill to her dress. Dinah does. Got long gloves on and stuff, and she would of course stand respectfully to meet you. Good afternoon, young man.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to see the both of you and to be here for to have lunch with the both of you.
Of course, come sit. Rena just kind of like, would she? No, technically she is higher status than you, as heir to a banner house. Well, you're heir to a great house technically, but it's a little weird.
Yeah.
She would probably, nod respectfully, but not get up.
Okay.
Formalities and stuff, but yes. So, Lady Martlet takes her seat and says, "Do not worry. My dear Rena has said such wonderful things about you. And definitely no bad things." Rena's kind of just, slight pink to her cheeks. Is like, "Mother, come now, darling."
There's definitely some red on Konrad's ears.
Yes. "Come now, darling. I have to be a little dramatique. Sadly, being Dean of the Scholar Symphonia, I do not get much opportunity to perform. Though I'm sure she's told you all about her work with the Starry Eyes Opera. Wonderful company. I do hope we can bring a tour soon." And you would, no need to roll anything, you would know Scholar Symphonia is a probably House Martlet's like finest, music school or conservatory.
Mm-hmm.
Who?
So she formally teaches music.
Huh.
I hear you.
Omega, are you there?
Yeah, what?
Oh, jeez. Did my volume break again?
No, Dallas broke it, and now he's talking to himself.
Yep.
Anyway, while Dallas is doing that, yes. Did Rena Martlet say anything bad about Inos? No, I don't think that would come up in conversation.
I know, I'm just being weird.
Don't you worry, buddy. You've got your own problems lined up. gonna be very funny. You decided to go in the tank for 6 hours.
Oh no.
But yes. So round of introductions, pleasantries. I think you'd probably be polite to present your gift after the meal. I think.
Yeah, probably.
So
I would think so.
order a round of food. Polite conversation.
Conrad definitely,
Yes.
like, while he doesn't know a huge amount about the stuff, he will he doesn't have to fake interest. He is generally interested in what they're talking about, and at least learning about it what he doesn't know.
Yes.
So
Yeah, she it makes polite conversation about the symposium winter season and opening the opera for traveling. At some point, again, much to probably your mutual embarrassment, Lady Martlet would ask about what the state of your opera houses in Tyne are like. Could you host the Starry Eyes opera for a season? I do kind of feel like formal opera is not really your Tyne style, I will admit.
yeah. I know that at one point I did mention to Lucky that we need to build an opera house somewhere in Tynes, but
Need some more venues.
yeah.
You may be actually I don't know how surprised you Comrade would be to find out, but definitely when you ask about the question, she asks a couple of general questions to get a feel for how much you know about music because she doesn't want to bore you. It would definitely probably come up. She would be like, and how is that old so and so Conti the Bard?
Oh,
Is he doing all right these days?
he's still rattling around and telling all of his tall tales like usual.
Oh, delightful. Never a quicker wit. Good with a rhyme. Sadly, also good with a sword. I suspect that's why he fell in with your late Lord Father. Probably, respectful moment of silence, but then moves on. And I shall have to write him a letter. I would love for him to come back to Tron and teach at the symposium, but I would also not wish to poach, my dear boy.
Well,
Very proper.
I do know that most of our current generations will be coming of age soon, and might have less need for a court tutor, but
But never
I'm
know.
sure I don't know if my brother would appreciate you poaching from his small council, however.
Well, I shall have to bring that up with the Lord Logi himself. Or perhaps with the Duke of Verity. Pay it no mind. It's a conversation for later. I can't tell if Dallas is... No, there you go. He's embarrassed. I got him. He remembered to mute after he cracked the can. And yes, I'm calling it out, chat. But yes, like I said, Ren is probably a little quiet about this, but she makes polite remarks. Probably says that she would not mind working with Conti, but she does not specify where or when, kind of a thing. Asks you about business. Let's see. Would she be? No, she probably wouldn't be very businesslike, but I do think at some point, I'm trying to think how she would phrase it. Lady Martlet probably pitches a question to Konrad about you obviously you're here because you're traveling to the capital, not just for the festival, but also because Leslok's gonna get sworn in as the Marquis. But she makes some subtle and not so subtle questions about what Konrad's plans are after that. No, I probably don't need you to roll empathy to get this. You would probably pick up on the question that, obviously, she has no objections to your, formal courtship of her daughter. She's, not about to throw hands or anything. But the lands of Tron are not known for their military might. And so, inviting a strong military-minded young lad into her family is probably not, the worst idea. So you get the feeling she's kind of floating the idea of if you were to continue this, if you were to, marry into the Martlet house as opposed to Rena marry into your, chunk of House Logi kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Which again is your personal status is kind of like up in the air because you don't have a lot of your the holdings or anything, but you are your status is kind of like in air.
While outwardly Konrad like replying to that sort of thing would probably be verbally kind of like up for it, like she has empathy and can probably tell that he inwardly is probably more reticent to abandon his family.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So
she doesn't try and force it, but she's definitely asking around. And like I said, she would even say maybe not necessarily on the courting front, but would and again probably get a little scolded by Rena for this, but talk about how House Martlet has never been known for its strength at arms. Our ancestors were nomads, traders, experts in dyes and song, and there are times when we could use more men, and we do not mind hiring foreign mercenaries. So, like a little, like, angling of, like, maybe...
Definitely make comment that there's definitely mercenaries available in Tien.
Yeah. Yeah, so, like, even as not a permanent solution, she would kind of deflect of just, like, well, even if you don't want to stay the whole time, like, maybe it would be nice for you to, and maybe not even, she has forward to say that you should come, but like, oh, some of your mercenary men kind of a thing. Yeah. Also on the question, like Loth saying earlier, matrilineal marriage. Because we have not established any kind of like, gender imbalance, like it's absolute primogeniture in Troy Corone. I think the way marriage surnames work is that you marry into whatever the higher status position is. That person goes to join their family. So with, again, Konrad's personal status being kind of loosey-goosey, because technically you're the heir to House Logi, but the moment that Leslok is, like, married and starts having children, you're going to drop much further down that list.
You'll become probably to make your own cadet houses.
Once we get in there. No, cadet houses are not usually that common. It's usually a pretty bigger thing to get branched. We haven't brought it up, but you guys probably have some like second and third cousins who are still surnamed Logi, but are nowhere near as important as even Logesh is. So like they are way the fuck down the list of inheritance, but they are technically House Logi by birth.
I think characters. One thing I was going to mention, I think even in like in the part of the Persona Dramata,
this is our cousin Luke.
For our house, we have an example of both a male and a female that married into House Logi.
Yeah. So yeah, you've got
once again. This is why I love my situation, because it's not a question of what who's
splitting up.
The robot died.
Oh, is my mic all fucky again? Sorry.
Yeah, it broke up.
No, it's this is why I like. I'm saying this is why I like my family situation, because it's very obvious who is going to marry into what house. Spoiler: I'm marrying out of House Gridarvol.
Yeah.
I'm the spare.
And I would say it's not necessarily a because I don't think it has been like firmly established yet, because we haven't come up with this conversation, but and I don't have a name off the top of my head, but I feel comfortable in saying that Rena probably has some younger siblings who are not obviously like socially out yet, but it would not be a dread concern if she married up, as it were. It's kind of similar to the situation of like what everybody understands about what. Well, I say understands. What everybody thinks is going on with the Crown Prince and Agave Cheval. Technically, Agave Cheval is the heir to a high house, but
also it's the Crown
she
Prince.
has a younger brother and several like adopted or fostered siblings below her. So like marrying into the royal house is a big deal, and it would absolutely be something any family would jump at. So it would be going in there. Yeah. And also, by the way, I think I have discussed this. If we're on the question of, to remind everybody, on the question of Nerissa Pettiroy and Leslok Logi. Leslok as a Marquess technically rates higher than the 5th princess because, again, she is way down that line. She's very important status-wise, got some stuff going on. Might have to sort out some inheritance stuff, but, like, strictly speaking, you know, the risk of her being in control of her, you know, family's position is low. And technically,
I would
House Pettiroy is not even like it's not a normal formal house. It's kind of like a courtesy name that you know, ex members of the immediate royal family take. Anyway, yes. Anything in particular you would want to bring up to Rena or her mother, other than the gift?
Um,
Because otherwise, I think I've gotten all.
I don't really think so.
All right. Yes. So yes. So yeah. Then you have a pleasant meal, and at the end you can you know, show your gift.
I do that.
Yes. Your scrimshard comb. Got some whalebone. Was it just like inked and colored a little, or was there any like jewelry or filigree? I don't remember.
I don't think there was. It was just scrimshot and like inked a little bit, and then it had the little sprig of the white warg fur.
Ah, yes. Yes. I'm debating whether or not the question of like, do I want to have you rule to be like, how good is this gift? No, I think we'll just take it as a given. I could have you roll graces to be like, you know, oomph it up a little, but we'll just take it as is.
Okay.
Yes. Rena is, you know, quite pleased. No, she would not. Actually, well, no, she would have had something prepared before leaving Perquire. So she also has a return item to give you. She gives you a perfectly white linen handkerchief, which has a little, you know, KL embroidered on it. So you have a monogrammed handkerchief now.
Ooh, very nice.
Yes. All right. Okay. Exchange of gifts, and yeah, probably go about your business. So, this will be important. After lunch, where are you guys going? Like all of you who are not Inos. Because, like, you know, you can just hang out on the town, you know, see some stuff. You probably have been shopping.
Wherever the heirs wish to go, I will have them chaperone.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. They probably don't want to go back to the boat while it's still, you know, full daylight.
That's why he's still getting prepared a bit.
Yet.
Why not go see if you can rent some horses and go for a quick country ride? See some of the hills.
I like the idea, but I'm not sure if that's viable.
How much ride? I mean, yeah, renting horses is easy. I
really should have got
none of that.
But I guess like do that.
You know, Hyorin and Thorin probably aren't opposed to it.
Me and my sister
Aurelia
just stared
probably
at each
lets it
other.
blow over with a little bit of like, well, I didn't buy riding boots. Or did I? Did I leave my riding boots on the boat? She doesn't have any points in ride, so she's probably not enthusiastic about a ride in the hills.
You could also check out maybe some of the pilgrimage sites in the area or something to the account.
There are, yes, some. There would be some. Tourist isn't the right word, but you know, like pilgrimage sites where there could be like small chapels, statuaries, stuff like that.
Yep.
I would probably pose that as a question to the heirs and see who's interested in that.
I mean, I can imagine we might get a little bit of a split fork here.
Leaning in to whisper to them all that, hey, maybe having some good reminders of how to ride would be a good thing coming up for the things you might have to do at the games.
At the
games. Festival.
Riding and jousting are traditional, yes. You guys push things up for the game.
So I just always remember Phil just saying game
Yeah,
so
yeah,
long.
that's
It's such a read. So I
what's
think
going
what
through
will
my
probably
head,
happen
too.
then is, like I said, a little bit of a fork.
Yeah, I stare Logesh right in the eyes and just point to my arm.
I'm not referring to you
I
when I
understand.
say this.
He'll be fine. We'll
I
just
just
tie. We'll just tie.
literally-
He has 2 good legs. We'll just tie his legs.
Tie me to the horse.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the power of the invention of the stirrup. You no longer need your hands to steer the horse. You can, stand up in them and lean on them. That's why riding boots are the way they are. Anyway, I think there'll be a little splitsies. I can imagine that Thoradin and Hurin will, be down to get a little bit of a ride. Thoradin will probably like I said, he brought a couple of hunting falcons along to show, probably maybe even like get them out of their cages and let them, stretch, do some flights and stuff. Not any hunting, obviously, because another family's lands, but a country ride there. So probably run up with like, maybe run Everhelm out there. Leslok said he's not against it, so you could take him for a little. He can go along with that group if he wants. And the young ladies, as you do have a few of those between Aurelia, Eowyn, and Alestra, would visit some more of the pilgrimage site type stuff. And
I guess
assume
I am
Nicola will
chaperoning the girls' club.
Team
Along with
Girls
probably
Club.
some men at arms.
Yeah, you got a few. Might just glad when I go.
Or women at arms. I don't know.
Leslok, would you want to do that? Go out into the countryside for a little bit?
Why not? I might as well spend time with my family
He just
and
wants to
her
go back to
friends.
his book.
No, I'm doing it on the ship because he can only read it once.
You got like
He can only ever read it once.
You got like 2 weeks at least, from this point. 2 weeks and maybe a couple days, depending on the weather. All right, okay. So yeah, you guys just hang out. I feel no bones to necessarily get into the particulars of role playing. There's no weird, happenstances or encounters during this time period.
We don't get attacked by the snake cult.
No.
Happy gamers.
You do probably, Nicola, because you actually have some experience with religion, do probably spot, in addition to, pilgrims clearly dressed in traveling or pilgrims' clothes, like, there are a handful of monastics from different orders here.
Okay.
But nothing, like, spooky or obscure, It's mostly, like, handfuls of normal monastic orders under the worship of Hydrus, which you would expect to find in Trone, and probably a couple of, orders dedicated to, like, Okeanos, Tempestus, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I'd probably, maybe strike up a chat with some of the members of the Orders of Okeanos.
Yeah. There are probably, a few iterant members of the Order of the Navigator. Not necessarily Wind Witches, but, they're, in addition to being monastics who study sorcery, they are also actually navigators of the sea. So
Yeah.
they probably, are a decent part of helping people with pilgrimage as part of their religious duties and stuff like that. And there are depending on what quarters you go in, there are actual priests from the church, offering alms, but you guys probably are not super interested in interacting with them because you don't need alms. You have money. So if you want to drop some coins in the offering bowls, like I said, there's pilgrimage sites aplenty for that.
I would probably definitely do that.
Same.
So,
you're not here. You're in horses.
Sorry.
you're out enjoying the countryside.
They are horses.
Which, like I
what?
said, is kind of, flatlands into gently rolling hills kind of a thing. Lots of fields of flowers, which are probably just starting to, start bud up because it's, it's early spring. That sort of thing. New leaf trying to spring through on the trees kind of stuff.
Son of a bitch. Sorry.
So, I think then the next thing that will happen in sequence is Inos.
It me.
Inos, you have casted your spell.
Hello.
You are probably hungry. It is 3 hours past lunchtime. Maybe 2. I don't know. I don't know exactly when you started, but yeah.
I was actually thinking probably So when did the barrister come aboard?
That would have been, a little bit after sunrise once everybody was getting out there. And like I said, you would have had to, maybe not a couple of hours, but you would have to wait a little bit while, Lucy
Everyone
was
gets
working,
off,
like I
so
said.
like that's 8. Yeah, so probably has probably like two past lunch. Yeah.
Like 2 past lunch and 2 past noon. Yeah.
Okay.
But still, you're a few past. You're probably a little peckish.
Yeah. So Inos will stand up, stretch. He's like, right, I'll go. That wasn't that hard. Oh, what time is it? Bill.
Bill opens
So
the
much
door.
stomach troubles.
It's 2 bells past noon, sir.
Oh, thank you, Bill. Any messages arrive for me?
Yeah, actually, got one a couple hours ago. Also, Lord Konrad was here earlier, but he just picked up something from his quarters and left again. None of the rest have been back yet. He passes you a letter that is wax sealed with the seal of House Ghouls.
Oh, excellent. She got back to me. Let's see what she has to say. Crack open the seal, read the letter.
Yes, so in the flowing dramatique script of these schools, darling, it is so good to hear from you. I shall be in Saintsquay this afternoon, as I am escorting mine sister, Clavel. We shall begin preparing our boat to sail for the capital soon. If you would like to see us, please call at the guest house, street address here.
Mm-hmm.
XOXO. I don't know if they've invented the lipstick mark, but I think reschools would do that.
She probably would.
They have.
Yeah.
I can 100% tell you by the 1700s they definitely have.
Yeah. No. So yes. No. That kiss mark and everything.
Oh. Lovely.
By the way, it's red lipstick and not black, right?
Yes.
No, black lipstick's not the Luca.
Because if it's black, that's a threat of assassination.
Not the Luca can assassinate me anytime.
You do not receive a black spot. You are not cursed.
And yet you call me the kinky one.
We don't even talk about Le Petit more. Okay.
Yes.
You've got a letter. And then, Bill's like, need something, sir? Food? Victuals? We got some biscuits?
Let's see, 2
a
pass
rub.
after, Inos, is like just slightly thinking, tapping the letter in his hand. 2 past bell, most of lunch hour. We're in the era of heart attack, right?
Yes.
Ugh, no. It's like, no, thank you, Bill. I'll find. Excuse me, I'm losing my. I'll find something out on the town. By the way, did the captain inform you of what I was doing in there?
Nope. Don't ask questions, sir. But he does kind of, kip you a nod and say, "But I've been up in the mountains long enough to know, sir. Seen a few things in my time."
Mm-hmm. It's like, Enos will, conspiratorially wig. If the sea wolf seems to be acting a little funny, don't worry about it. Anyway, I'm gonna go do a quick washing, go pay a visit. If anyone asks, I'm off to the Ghoul's guest house.
Of course, sir.
Alright, Bill. Need me to pick you up anything while I'm out?
Don't mind me none, sir.
Oh, it's no trouble, Bill.
No, I'm quite all right.
Alright. Okay. But Enos will quickly freshen up.
Yes.
Grab his gift for Ray Schools, and he will head off to the guest house. Do we do street food yet?
Honestly, yes. This is a town where they intake pilgrims. Yeah, there are stalls who are selling you fresh fruit, basically. Some of which
especially in a port town.
You want to get some freshly grilled fish. We got that.
Fresh fish.
Get some
Kebab?
some fresh bread on the stack. I don't know if kebab is quite the right word.
Or sorry, not kebab, kebab.
The skewers?
No, the sandwich.
I know what he's talking about. Man, I've had some good.
It's the Greek Mediterranean thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
No,
the
sorry, it's just
not
they're
the.
both kebab in my dialect, so it's weird.
No, that's fair.
No, but Enos will probably pick up like some bread and maybe like some cheese if he can. If you can find any like honeyed fruit or candied fruit along the way, you'll probably pick up a lot of that.
Yeah, there's probably that would not be a street food per se, but definitely something you can get in like you can pop into like a sweets shop and get.
I don't want. Well, excuse me. I don't want to actually stop. I want to like walk and eat. So I will mentally note said shops on my way.
Like there are probably some sweet breads and stuff out there,
Ooh,
but
sweet bread.
I don't think you would want like sugared fruits out in like the sunlight, even in a covered stall.
True enough. Yeah, no. Get some sweetbreads, maybe a cheese, and he will make his way to Reyes Schools' guest house. The house schools guest house. Excuse me.
Yes. Yeah. So they are staying in a little guest house, kind of in the more upper crust part of the town. So you get away from the hubbub of the not refugees, pilgrims and such.
Mm-hmm.
There's no refugees currently. We'll save that one for a later problem.
I will say that Enos is going through town veiled and whatnot.
Yes, I assumed.
Yes.
So I didn't explicitly ask this. Oh my god, this town is like Italy, right? Very Italian.
It kind of feels Italy.
That's the vibe I got from Verity.
I'm thinking more like southern France.
Ah.
Okay.
Close,
Like-
but not quite.
Like Marseille?
Yeah, could be like Marseille. Yeah.
Sorry, all the religious stuff basically made me think it's like, okay, that Verity is Italy.
Marseille is actually kind of the same way.
Yeah, that's fair.
But honestly, they're like medieval period pilgrimages were actually like there were quite a lot of them. There were plenty of big churches and monasteries in England you would visit, and lots in various parts of continental Europe. But yeah, for a port city, I'm thinking like a little bit in the coastal France kind of a thing. Yes, could be like Marseille. And like I said, this is the biggest commercial port for sure in Tron. Like they probably have some smaller ports. For instance, that House Pale, the sigil of the Swan, they're from like river and lake people inland, so they have like small like river delta ports, but not like big sea ports.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, depending on who's up on their history, you might know House Saltire is a cadet branch of House Verity. They were formed by the man who founded the Saintsquay, several generations ago, honestly, at this stage. Like, they did not have a big commercial port, and one guy was like, I will fix that. The Quay of the Saints.
What?
Yeah, so there are some lovely churches on slight hills, and there are some nice, upper class, like, villas and apartment blocks, and yes, you pop over to the Ghoul's location. You don't have, Leslok's instant memory for faces, but you probably recognize, like, some of the footmen or men on duty at the door. You are also probably familiar with where the guest house in this town is.
Yes.
So you.
This is
Actually, hey, I'll ask you. You're dramatic. Are you gonna pop in like unannounced, or are you gonna wait for somebody to lead you in, feed you your lines?
No, I don't have graces anymore. I only have theater. I must be dramatique.
So yes, you let yourself in a dramatic, a rustle of your coat. You dramatically flop it into a servant's arms as he's just like, I will take that for you, sir. Of course, sir. And
You're welcome, sir.
probably,
Clearly this person is used to Enos.
Yes. the Honestly, those of them who are not used to Enos in specific are probably used to reschools in general.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I can just think, oh no, there's going to be 2 of them.
Yes.
Oh god, they're gonna multiply.
But probably like through the coat he's holding, you hear the front room, sir. So yes, you streak into the front room. It's catching the afternoon sunlight. Previously, you think that Reschools was dramatically lounged in a couch, but currently she appears to be having a standing conversation with a young woman. It's actually a good question for terms of visiting. Have you, Enos, been up to the Rose Pavilion, which is the holding of House Ghouls? It's a very lovely castle town in the mountain foothills. Very beautifully arranged.
Sorry, I'm thinking like
Yeah.
because her. Yeah, this is the major port, and the lands aren't that far. I am fairly intimate with Ray's ghouls, even if it isn't like an official courting kind of thing. It's, yeah, no, Inos probably has been up there.
All right, then you've probably at least seen her sister. It's up to you if you've been formally introduced already.
Probably not. Inos, well, is not a bad person. Can probably seem a bit much for people, especially if they are not of Ray's ghouls' temperament.
Yes.
Also, do you introduce your sibling to your friends with benefits? That seems weird.
Listen, it is my personal opinion that Ray's ghouls is completely unashamed. Like, I put this in my notes. It's not that she is my lover. It is I am her lover, and she will be done with me when she says so.
Yes. No. She's. We've discussed this. She's very dramatic. She's not afraid to comport herself as an armed noble. Like she carries a fencing foil and stuff like that. Like she does not mind breaking a few hearts and busting a few balls in her time.
Yeah. So no.
You've probably then seen her and maybe even spoken to her in passing, but have not been formally introduced. But you would recognize Clavel Ghouls. And the two sisters are kind of standing, having a standing conversation. You don't think you don't sorry, I was going to say walk in. I mean flounce in. You do not stride boldly into the room and hear raised voices, so you don't think they're arguing, but clearly there's a turn of conversation as they're talking over early afternoon tea. Clavel is, I wouldn't say a miniature of her sister. Actually, honestly, even though she's only 17, she's probably about the same height as Reschools, who are still probably, how tall is Inos?
I don't think I've actually ever thought of how tall he was. Let's see, he's body 2. He's more feminine than not. Doesn't really do anything to bulk up, and I'm gonna say that probably Iron Demons and in general are probably of average height. So Enos is probably...
You wouldn't want to be super tall if you live in tunnels and caves.
No, so...
Do remember, height... Strength doesn't mean height. The strongest man in the world is currently 5'4".
Yeah, I know, but I'm still going by, body.
That's true.
Yeah. You do not start with a super heavy body.
No. So, no, Enos is probably below average, what would be considered average height of a... I think so.
So both Reschools and her sister are probably at this point a hair half a head taller than you tops.
Hot.
We are not counting Reese's hair and your horns into that formula. That would really fuck things up.
That's a conundrum.
But yes, her sister Clavel is about as tall as she is, and technically, right now, they're probably like I said, a full half head taller than you because both of them are probably wearing heels. I don't know how much you're coming off a boat. You're probably not wearing riding boots with a heel right now.
No.
Soft shoes, flats.
Boots
Something
with fur.
comfy and easy to walk in.
But yes, no, Enos probably does wear heels so he can be a little bit taller around people.
I mean, again, if you're wearing cavalry boots, like the armor type, that is the style. There is at least a slight heel to them because they are supposed to be. You're supposed to put a stirrup in that space.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's actually like where the tradition of high-heeled boots for women comes from. It started as men's riding boots and then kind of like transitioned to there. I do think it's because it became a like fashion tactic of like, wait a minute, big heel equals taller lady.
Make brain neuron go boing.
Well, I mean, yeah, that does work with a lot of fashion sense. I'm pretty sure that's why big bustles work, where it's just like, hey, what if we gave the woman's dress, you know, the idea that her hips and butt are just shaped like a church bell? That's pretty good, right? What's that? You need to put whalebone and steel tines in there? Who cares? Fashion.
Oh God, the French. That's the French, right?
Yes, I believe that is a French style of dress.
I blame all stupid fashion decisions on the French.
I mean, it would be. I think even for many years historically, it's Paris or Milan. So yeah, you know, I mean,
That's
there's
true,
some
could be
London
the
fashion
Italians.
to be yeeted. But anyway, Clavel is probably not as theatrical as her sister. She's like a little younger, a little fresher faced. She has that kind of same like natural like strawberry blonde hair color, not quite like the pinkish tinge that Reese like dyes her hair in, and is wearing her hair kind of like long and like pulled back.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, very similar facial features. Actually, it's a good question. I gotta double check my descriptions here, unless Lucky has it handier. But I remember, did I say that Reese Schools has pink eyes?
Yes, because I was
Yeah.
considering getting. Actually, shit. Or was that Noctiluca who had pink eyes?
No,
No,
not
not
Luca has red.
are dark brown.
No, then yes, and it
I
was.
thought they
It
were
was.
red.
Lights.
It was.
They look red in certain lights. It's not.
No,
they're
yes,
not
it was. It
she's
was.
not-
Okay, that's
It
okay.
was.
Vampire.
It was.
My notes.
Ray Schools, because I was considering spinals for.
That would probably be
Spinels?
right.
Purple
No.
pink eye color.
Yes. Yeah. So, I mean, they are related to House Verity, who does have some albinos in it, so it tracks. Yes. So, yeah, she's got her younger sister has kind of the same stuff, but she's got a little bit of a different, like, build. Reese Schools is built like a dashing lady fencer in some sort of romance novel. Both through just the nature of genetics and also probably because she does wear a little bit of a bustier, you know?
Yeah.
Get a little of that push-up action. Tighten that waist up a little. Her sister is built more like a swimmer or a gymnast, you know?
Ooh.
Long limbs, long build. And the two of them are having a hushed back and forth. Well, not a hush, but like a normal back and forth. And just, you know, Inos breezes in. And Reese immediately, like, ratchets around to just be like, Enos, darling, so good to see you. You got my note? You know. God, you two are so, like, extra at each other. I'm trying to imagine, like, do you guys, like, have a little fight about who kisses whose hand first? Like, how extra are you people?
Oh God.
Because Reese is definitely going to go for the hand kiss. She is a freak like that.
Oh no, there will be some light fence, and she'll go for the hand kiss. I will try to grab a hand twirler into a dip. You know, she'll grab me, pull me close.
Freaking dance. You just have a dance sequence. It's like a fucking musical.
Kind of, like,
Oh, one second.
sighs and taps her foot, and it's just like, yes, they were very impressed.
This goes into my category of Enos as a JoJo character.
I'm sorry, my roommate
No,
just
he's
brought
a-
me an ice cream sandwich. Hell yeah!
I was thinking he's a character from like
Fuck yeah.
a musical.
Well, like I said, Enos
Yeah, look,
Enos literally has performed
Ash,
theater
like-
and performed dance. He is a musical character almost at all times.
Also, like I said, a JoJo character.
It's kind of true.
Everyone from JoJo is from a fucking musical, and you can't treat me different.
Some don't, but I think because one of them is just a weird mob movie.
But yes, we are very theatrical at each other, but I would relent and let Rhea Schools have her way with me.
Yes, her sister Clavella is just kind of like standing in the background, tapping her foot, just like, yes, yes, sister, good for you. Oh, you're so dramatic. Why don't you join a circus? And Reese, gets her moves in and then whips around and is just like, oh, you want me to join a circus now? How about you? Why don't you should join a circus as a wrestler? You could put, or maybe you should stand in for the great ape. She's just kind of like,
Jesus Christ.
Clavella, like, again, you can tell these girls are like trained fighters. Clavell drops into like a stance of like unarmed fighting. Like, oh, are you so tough without your rapier? Huh? You want to come? You want to go? Shadow boxes. No, darling, we both know that I would take you in a fight. And Clavell's like, I don't know about that. You're a little slow. You're probably thinking about the pretty boy, huh? Gotta have your hands in the game, huh? There's a couple back. They're not gonna go like straight into fighting, but if Inos does not want to, jump into this conversation, the sisters are gonna go back to verbally sparring for a few minutes.
Enos will jump into this conversation. It's like, ladies, no need to bring the pretty boy into it. It's all like, although, I am quite dashing. But talks of apes and a circus aside, how are the both of you? You ready for the trip to the capital?
Reese flops into her couch again, dramatically, just like, oh, I am so well now that you are here, darling. There's just a you can tell that she's doing it to annoy her sister. But yes, we are making our preparations to go to visit the capital. I suspect we shall not depart for several days. The party from House Verity itself has not yet arrived from the mountain. I do, but she does sit up and gets kind of her, leans forward, kind of puts both her hands, crossed under her chin, flutters her eyelashes. I have heard on the grapevine that House Martelet is here. Blink, blink, wink, wink.
If that's the case, then I bet one. What's Konrad rank in the Lamplighters?
I believe it's Sergeant.
Sergeant.
Yeah.
I believe that one sergeant in our Lamplighter is out making his acquaintance of one's family. Ooh, I'm gonna have to get the details from him about that later.
Oh, be sure to tell me all about it, darling. I believe that Lady Martlet is eager to see her daughter off, and maybe joining the party for the capital. I'm not sure. Things have been a little... She kind of does the, shaking her hand gesture. Chaotic of late.
Oh, yeah.
Sister, when are things not chaotic when you are present? Quiet you? It would be a terrible shame for me to scar your pretty face before we get to the capital. Oh, you would not. Your blade would get nowhere near me. Inos probably like, ladies, focus.
Ladies, please. If you want to argue over.
Over me.
Yeah, argue over me. Be much more productive. But he does immediately say but, say no, don't actually argue. Yeah. But I am curious about this chaos you were speaking of. Riaz, what's happening?
Reese probably, gets ready to speak in her now plain way, but Clavel kind of like narrows her eyes. Her sister like waves her off a little, and she's just like, "It's nothing major." So, rumors around the town already are that your vessel was attacked by pirates on the way here. Obviously, you are fine. She gestures to your, Eunice. And also, you are in good health.
It's Inos doesn't have like combat fan anymore, but he still has a fan. I'm just going to say yes, but he he pops up her fan and fans himself a bit. Yes, actually, that was bracing is not quite the word I want to use. More like terrifying. But yes, we were indeed attacked by pirates. Well, a pirate vessel with many, many people on it, all who wanted to kill us.
They do that. Did you know that is how my parents met?
They were pirates?
Well, and Clavel says, if you say that in this house, Mother will appear. And Reese makes like you almost never see her do this. She does like whatever the Troicaron equivalent of crossing herself is. Like she just wards off evil energy and is just like, oh, if we are lucky, Mother is busy packing for at least or unpacking for at least 7 more hours. Though yes, I should warn you, Master Inos, the Thorned Rose is in residence. She needs very much to speak to Duke Verity, but he is not available right now. Perhaps they will have a meeting before we set out on the boat.
It's like, I'll have to mind my manners then.
But no, if you must know, our Lord Father comes from a smaller side family of House Verity by name. He was set upon by pirates on account of him being so, delicate and fragile, and obviously where we get all our, beautiful, handsome, good looks from. Mother was in charge of security, and after a daring rescue, they fell in love and all that stuff. Very dashing. I think House Martlet wrote a play.
I was about to say, and they haven't written a work on that. But of course they have.
Yes.
Interesting.
But yes, we have not experienced any pirate attacks, at least none that have been shared with House Ghouls. And the way she kind of trails off to just say, like, so obviously nothing has happened. Again, you know this house, you know the air in this house fairly well. House Ghouls is a cadet branch of House Verity, which Troicaron and House Verity's never been really big on military might. House Ghouls is probably their best at it, and in particular, the founder was a younger child of Verity, the astrologer, the founder of the house.
Mm-hmm.
So the original Lord Ghouls traveled all the 4 corners of Troicaron to figure out what the best ways to be a bodyguard were. So House Ghouls produces a lot of cavaliers, duelists, personal guards. Not enough soldiers to like match like even some of your like smaller houses, like pound for pound in terms of pure levies, but very talented at martial skill. In case anybody can't tell, Clavel Ghouls is not as good at the sword, but she has been trained in unarmed techniques, pugilism and the like.
Mm-hmm.
Knows a few things. So yes, probably, if there was a military matter, it would House Ghouls first. But the winter storms have been very rough this year. I believe there have been several incidents with boats full of pilgrims, which have been poor. Some have even floundered on the shore. Obviously, we do not have monstrum attacks in Tron, but I have heard mumblings that one of the reasons why the Duke has not come down from his mountain yet is that, how'd they say, something about the stars are not quite right. Omens in the sky, kind of a thing. I will be honest with you, even though they are my cousins, they are my own blood. We are related. When you live with House Verity, you have to take this with a pinch of salt. There are many times when they will look up at the stars and see how they are arranged. They see the comets, they throw the bones, that kind of thing. And sometimes they are right, sometimes they are wrong. Well, not wrong per se, but more like nothing happened. And as you know, nothing happening is dreadful to me, darling. Dreadful. More dramatic in chairs, posing, hand to head.
It's like, Inos will nod like, I know. But don't wish for too much. For too much entertainment. I said, the pirate attack was terrifying, to say at least. We might not be standing here if it wasn't for some quick thinking and some, well, honest-to-goodness luck. And so, like, so we'd be like, I'd rather you be I'd rather you be saved in a little bore than, have an exciting death.
Well, maybe that is one thing you and I disagree on, darling. Pats your thigh.
It's like,
Do not worry, I'm not planning on going anywhere just yet. After all, I would hate to leave my house in the hands of this one. She has no spice of life, no zest. I was just like, I am plenty spicy, sister. It's just that one of us must be sensible.
Enos
Again,
privately thinks to
another round
himself.
of scoff.
Enos privately thinks to himself, both of you have plenty of spice from where I'm standing.
Yeah. They fight as only sisters can.
Mhm.
Also, literally sisters who are trained to fight. Probably not each other, but you know.
Mhm.
But yes, so Reese communicates to you that, like, well, not exactly like distressed or anything.
Things have been weird.
Apparently, the chain of command is a little disturbed. They've had to deal with some rough storm seasons and the like. You know, apparently some boats full of pilgrims have experienced rough seas, and some have even floundered and sunk, which is a huge tragedy. But it is not part of her department, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be on House Saltier normally, or on the auspices of the church itself. And so House Verity is apparently, like, not necessarily, most forthcoming with orders. They are busy scoping out the, trying to look for signs in the stars. Because that's their thing. Reese does perk up and says, "So, I regret to inform you that, and be sure to tell your healer friend about this, I do not believe Lady Alphen will be going to the capital this year.
Oh, really?
I heard, we all have our duties to do. I will, of course, be going to make sure that my little sister does not have any problems. What caused me problems? What's that? I can't hear you over being a bare-knuckled barbarian? If you're not going to drink your tea, I will throw it at you. No, do not do that. You will stay on the couch. Mother will be very upset. I think these are 6th, 7th century?
But yeah, it's very ill-advised to stain. Now, what was that about Sienna not being at duties? Did she get a promotion?
Oh, yes, she's a journeywoman healer now. And as we've said, there have been a lot of disturbances with storms, refugees, pilgrims, the like. I believe she will be, with many of our other healers, seeing to the alms. Not being called away. Though, hope, you never know. She may get the chance, but yes, I believe many of our order are not departing. I myself do not know the full schedule. I could ask Mother what she thinks.
Enos will lapse into a contemplative silence there for a moment.
Well, I do think that at that moment, into the front room does walk, much less, like, dramatically, a little more, still, got some fire in her, but a little more, like, solid and regimented than her daughters. Lady Rutilla Ghouls, head of House Ghouls, Lady of the Rose Cerulean, commander of the Gilded Rose. She does have a very lovely rapier that does have a rose set into the pommel. And she's just like, girls, please. The entire neighborhood can hear you arguing. So there's another question. Enos, have you met the Lady Ghouls before? Because you've been to her house, but
I've been to her house. Big house. Honestly, he goes there usually to... well, I shouldn't say fence. Enos uses a chain, which... I don't know. Mirror's Ghouls probably...
Actually, after you're rebuilding, do you still have points in sword?
No.
Okay.
Enos ain't gonna be afraid to pick up a sword and fight with it, but he's not actually good at it.
Yeah.
Like I said, there has been times when Enos has been there with Rias and Sienna has had to, dab some ointment on some bruises, seal up some small cuts.
Normally done to the tone of remarking about how probably not clumsy. What's your coordinate, Enos?
3.
Yeah, probably not clumsy, but like making a few, subtle comments about how for being an iron demon, you are surprisingly vulnerable to sharp metal objects, and also probably berating Reese Ghouls for, hitting you with a pointy stick. I thought you're supposed to be good at this, Reese. I am good. That's why he's full of holes.
But and let's like I say. Honestly, I think he would have met her because I think like even if it's out of idle curiosity, having an iron demon visit your home is something I don't think most people will want to miss. At least.
No, and also I think I feel safe saying, now that you're saying you've interacted with her, you, Enos, are under the impression that while Rutilia Ghouls is probably have like the same level of passion that her daughters have, she is the, ruler of a castle. She is from a house usually charged with the personal defense of members of House Verity, which is, supposed to be a very holy, very spiritual house. She takes her approach to life much more, not really calculating, but like I said, much more regimented and military. So she probably would make it a point to, like, at the very least, eyeball anybody who is a guest in her home and see what their deal is, and, like, probably, leave you off to your business because whatever Reese does in her own time is her own business. She's an adult. Is she dead? Is she dead? Did she embarrass anybody? Has she failed at her duties as a Knight of the Rose? No? Okay, cool. She can do what she wants.
Yeah, she's fine.
No. Yeah, so
yes, she would probably, walk in and be like, girls, you can be heard on the entire downstreet. Ah, good afternoon, Master Inos. She goes out of her way to be much more, while still direct, like, polite and formal to you than obviously to her own children.
Inos, give, as expected, a theatrical bow and say, "Oh, the pleasure is all mine." It'd be lady, right? Lady Ghouls.
Yes.
Lady Ghouls, you're as lovely and striking as always.
And how, after, just kind of nods to you, turns to her oldest daughter, shakes her head slightly. And how, after all these years, you have not picked up any manners from him? Mama, I have plenty of manners. You do not use them. You would much prefer to be rude and get into fights. How many times do I have to tell you, Reese? It does not matter the amount of duels you have won, or that you have won at all. What matters is why you are dueling. Reese probably kind of like sulks and says, "Do you think Ainara Espada gets this kind of conversation from her mother?" No, Ainara Espada's mother is from House Hamada. But her Lord Father probably has conversations about who she gets into fights with. Also, you should probably not be modeling yourself after that brash bird. House Espada are good fighters, solid generals, but they are not us. They only have to look out for themselves. We have to look out for House Verity. She kind of, like, tilts her head very slightly to Enos. Master Enos, if you would not repeat that particular phrasing I used to anybody from House Espada, I would appreciate it.
It's like, I'm sorry, I was completely distracted at the moment. What were you saying?
See, Reese? Tact. I say this to you and not to my other child because Clavel understands tact.
She just turns to Enos. Why can't you be my daughter?
By the way, Enos, have you met my younger daughter, Clavel? She's making her social debut this year. She's very lovely. And Reese probably sits up and like, Maman. Anyway, I am not here to interrupt. We have many things to get in order. But as I said, keep your voices down. Be more polite. Also, your tea is getting cold. You embarrass your poor father to see this. But I heard voices and wanted to be sure. Master Enos, am I correct in believing that your... I I should probably use your phraseology. Your cousin, the new Lord Logi, is in town.
Oh, yes, quite right. At this time, I believe they are stretching their legs before we're stuck on a boat for another 2 weeks. Unfortunately, I couldn't tell you exactly where they are, but we do have a full day's shore leave, so they should be back at the Seawolf by evening. If you wish me to relay any messages or anything, I'd be happy to do so.
She kind of, ponders and strokes her chin for a little bit and says, "My respects and well wishes on your good health after the piratical incident will suffice. I would ask to invite for dinner, but I believe it would be polite this evening to call upon Lord Saltire. We are, as well, also distant cousins.
Hmm.
And, actually, have you met Lord Goban?"
It's like, we had a brief introduction this morning, but I was still shaking off the effects of sea travel and did not wish to embarrass myself.
I don't know if it's come up in conversation before with Rutilia specifically that you get seasick. The way she says you can just imagine that she is filing that away for later. Like she's built in her head a big list of like Enos' strengths and weaknesses. But don't take that personally. You feel like she's like that with everybody. There is a reason why her like dramatic title is the Thorned Rose. Like she's very lovely to look at. She's real personable. She will kick your ass if she has to.
I love it. I love
like
this
I said,
family.
you feel like her attributes have been like split up between her daughters. Like, the traits are clearly not evenly distributed. But yes, she would say, well, then Lord Goban is very businesslike. I would not like to impose with him with a large guest list. And yes, that does mean she kind of like taps where Reese is lounging on the couch with her boot. I do believe both of you should be there. It would only be polite. But yes, convey my well wishes, of course, to his lordship.
It's like, Enos will, bow once again. It's like, I shall do so with aplomb.
Well, I shall not keep any of you any longer. Pointed stares all around. I will go back to my business. Make sure, girls, to be dressed for supper. Once again, good day, Mr. Inos. Slight bow of her head, and then she trots off. Yes. Any other conversation points you want to hit up with the gooses?
Let's see here. I probably will. I will probably, explain the battle and how we, fought. How we were able. We didn't really fight them off. We were able to escape the pirates.
Well, some of you did a little fighting. You shot some cannons and blew some stuff up.
Shot some cannons. Nicola ripped out the anchor.
Conrad killed like 5 guys.
I'm sorry. I'm just thinking.
That's not really that's just a normal thing nowadays. Honestly.
I'm sorry. No, I'm just thinking. Leslok thought really hard. We all turned into a boat, and we pushed X really, really hard.
I felt a lot of things.
Just doing things. But yes.
Leslok believed in himself. I'm sorry.
Listen.
Let Goofy swear.
If I had
who in your ensemble would let Goofy swear?
I do not know.
I guess Logesh, because he's kind of the tank of the team.
Oh God.
Fyuk?
God damn it.
Derailing the crew.
We've been here so long.
Yes, conversation points. I don't want to. At least we're about 3 hours in. I do at least want to get you guys to the capital, because I know that you guys are going to want to think about your social appointment schedule.
Yeah, but he will just so Enos will describe the battle, talk about that, all that stuff. He'll probably ask about what their plans in the capital are in general, because definitely like to meet up then. He will present the White Warg cloak to Rhea's ghouls. You know, it's been immaculately and fashionably tailored. It's rad. I hope it's rad. It better be rad.
Oh yeah, no.
Uh,
I mean, it's very high quality.
She takes one
I mean,
look,
she
"That's
did say
rad."
out loud earlier, like, "Oh, we don't have to deal with monstrum attacks in Trone." So like, this is like very unique to her.
Mhm.
Oh, darling, you shouldn't have. But also, I'm so glad you thought of me. Swirling, swishing.
I bet it makes it
And
look
possibly
very, very.
even does a test draw with it, draped over her shoulders.
Oh, darling, you shouldn't have, but thank you that you did.
Oh.
She
Reese
now
goes
makes
to
a
the kind
wolf
of woman
noise.
who's like, "Oh, you didn't have to, because like
But
if
yeah,
she
she
only
did.
she doesn't. If she only cared about somebody for their money, you know. But also, like, of course, naturally, I should get all the gifts."
Inos will apologize to Cavella. Is that how you spell it? Clavel. It's like, Clavel, to Clavel's, sorry, I did not know you'd be in attendance, so I did not have anything prepared for you. Perhaps by the time we reach the capital, I'll have scrounged something together.
Well, I shall at this point say that my sister does have graces and agree that you don't have to, but I appreciate your thoughts. Also, I have met you enough times to understand that you can't help yourself. And I'm certain we will meet once more.
But
After all, it's not the. She feels like she's kind of like. Not really racking, but like she has to think to concentrate for a minute to remember all her nameless. After all, it's not the younger sister of House Logi. I presume if you are going to the capital, she will be appearing this year.
oh yes, we have quite a few making their social debut this year. We have young Aurelia, young Kieran, young Erwin, and young. Hang on. I can remember. Starts with a T.
Starts
You
with
keep
Thor.
forgetting
Thorin. Thorin.
iPhone.
his name.
Thorin.
Yeah.
Thorin. Young Thorin making
I
their
think there's
social.
some double N's in there.
There is some double N's in there. Young Thorin all making their social debut.
Reese kind of like tilts her head slightly, like, "Ah, that's right. Lord Konrad has a younger brother. How tall is he? Is he good with a sword?" Kova kind of like rolls her eyes. "Sister, I do not care about such things." She's like, "I know, but I care about such things."
Sorry, I'm just thinking.
I believe Huron has 3 dice in weapon sword, so you've probably seen him practice.
It's like, oh, I can definitely say
Simple like
he's
that.
better. He's better at the blade than I am. Which I know isn't amount to much, but
Do not worry, darling. You have other strengths. I think it's very cute, the thing you do with the chain. She like probably Reese probably twirls her hair a little. I'm just imagining Kova again. Just make another disgusted scoffing sound. One of the days, Reese, I'm going to catch you in a wrestling throw and throw you from the parapets of the Rose Pavilion. I don't know how you would throw me from the parapets. I would simply catch myself with my sword.
Nothing will fly over my head. I'd simply catch it.
Yes, exactly. Again, you can tell they're sisters. They get along great, by which I mean they fight all the time, but not for realsies.
yes. And so all this talking behind, we'll be in all the capital. We should all have a big get together and have a who's who and meet who. Without all the
Hullabaloo.
without all the hullabaloo.
I did quite, no event has quite matched your ice cream social that one year. I know the circumstances after were very tragic, but it was an interesting event.
Might have to do something like that again then. Be good for the young folk to mingle without having to open concern about themselves about the protocol and rigmarole. Let people be people. I'll see if I can find a better venue for it this year. The Logi compound is nice, but I have a feeling that...
I know, it is not designed for socialists. It is the same in, as you've seen yourself, it is the same in Verity. It is a, lovely place for scholars and priests to congregate, not for social events.
Ooh, I have an idea.
Oh no, he has an idea.
I imagine that's how Clavel Ghouls is like. She's just like, oh no, he has an idea. Reese is like, oh my, you have an idea. Leans forward once again, frames her chin with her hands.
It's like, oh no, my dear, you're gonna have to wait and find out like the rest of them.
Are you sure I could not do anything to make you tell me? And Cavell is just like, not in this house. You will get his staining the carpets, the sofa with his blood is just as bad as the tea.
It won't be his blood causing to stain.
Oh, I am pretty sure that Rhea's Ghouls is very enthusiastic, no matter what she is doing.
I was assuming that Enos' body would put a dent in a wall somewhere.
Like I said, I'm pretty sure
Also,
Rhea's
I
Ghouls is
assume
very enthusiastic in whatever she is doing.
I also get the vibe she definitely has extremely long painted, like art decorated nails.
Probably not like decorated, but yes, I imagine that she wears her nails like long and does probably paint them like a very striking pinkish or reddish pigment. That is actually another thing that the peoples around here are known for. Like in the mountain foothills, in the territories of like ghouls and Marklet, there are a lot of natural pigments you can mine up. We'll probably say it's something a little more of a rosé color because if it was red, that probably means that she's fucking dyeing her nails with cinnabar, which is probably very bad.
No, that's bad. That's bad.
Oh, geez, yeah, no, that sounds bad.
No, cinnabar is like
not yellow either.
It's like the precursor to mercury.
Oh,
yeah, it's got. I believe it is like a mercury and lead mineral. I'd have to double check, but like it is a reddish color. You do use it for certain pigments. I do not actually think you'd use it on. May not be using it on your skin in this context, but I'm just thinking of like, yes, jam them full of heavy metal nails.
But no, Inos is going to continue to play coy and mysterious and is going to escape.
Yes, you make your way. The whole squad can reconvene, like I said, probably by dinner time. I mean, probably just the first one. Like these are not. Again, V-Schools, very, very, heir to a very decently ranked noble house. The beds are made of fine, springy hardwoods.
That's not the point, though. Anyway, sorry. I'm gonna go laugh in the corner.
Also, you're implying that
the bed is
sorry to be crass about it. You're implying that they're doing it on the bed.
Fair. I was trying to get one that had where the wall was also destroyed, but I couldn't find one.
Also, the bed is probably fine. The sheets, however, those are gone.
God knows where that's just they've just vanished. We just don't know where the silk sheets
They've atomized.
Yeah, no, they don't exist anymore.
But Reschools is definitely the kind of girl to like we have brought up be like full blown fighting a person. I'm not gonna specify male or female, and then be like, hey, you know what I need after a good swording? I need to make out. So like, oh, that got me. All that dramatic back and forth got me all hot and bothered. Also because I think she is part of it is probably she's a fighter who also like verbally spars. So. Probably an area where Inos is much better able to keep up with her.
Yes.
I knew I put her on the dangerous list for a reason.
Yes.
You have a fucking risk assessment.
I put her on the too close to. I put her on the too close to family list.
Guess what? There are only 3 people on the dangerous list.
Ainara Espada is not really like flirty with her fighting. She's just like, ooh, sick. We're gonna fight.
She will just hurt you.
Who are the other two?
Rice Ghouls and the princess. All for different reasons.
Yeah.
Wait, which princess?
I assume.
The first one.
Yeah.
Oh, Princess
Estelle.
Estelle. So two.
So
of the
wait,
two
who-
are that
who was the
I,
first?
do, I also do want to throw out there that
who's the first?
It's
We were
very
talking about
interesting to
rules.
me. I again named her Ainara Espada.
Oh.
Yeah. Inara, Rice, and
I do want to say it's very funny
Estelle.
that Enos off that list. Enos does not have any appear to have any interest in Ainara Espada.
No, I don't know if like it's coming as, but no, Inos is actually very wary of Ainara Espada. Like
She is a dramatic and
Sorry. Nicola is also wary of Nara Espada, not because he feels threatened by her, but because he thinks she's putting on a character.
Well, you would think that. You don't have any empathy.
I mean, I'll be frank. Also, Inara's on the list because any involvement in her could get the person involved in a civil war.
That's fair.
We don't know how that's going right now.
My danger list has one name on it, and
which
it's
is funny
highlighted,
because
which is the High Queen.
Which is funny because out of the people Logesh will be keeping contact with, it is both the Espada siblings.
Probably for the best.
but
Keep it talking about both.
Ainara is probably, by the way, I don't think we've brought this up in a while, but since we're discussing them, by the way, we're about to move to dinner time before boat. So
Yeah.
if you have any other plans you want on the day, get rid of them. Think of them now. But since it came up with Logesh conversing with the two older Espada siblings, because they do have a third
Yeah,
sibling.
sorry.
Yeah,
That,
Connor's only conversing with Inara.
Yeah. Like Ainara's correspondence in general are like more polite, but also like more simultaneously more direct and more like obscure. Like she's the kind who like in conversation would be very casual with the way she speaks because again, if somebody's insulted, what are they gonna do? Challenge me to a fight? But she has the kind of like, I think Logesh would think of it as, she has the tactical mind to like not commit anything to paper she wouldn't want somebody other than, Logesh to read kind of a thing. Rodrigo is like a little more like withdrawn. His letters are slower. Sometimes they're a little sloppier written. But he is the kind of guy to like speak much more from the heart, kind of a thing. But yes, Inos has excused himself. You guys have plenty of time to come back from your occurrences. Meet up back at the boat. And like I said, if you want to arrange any dinner time plans, they're that.
Inos will...
Also, if you do want to sleep not on the boat tonight, while you do have berths, if you wanted to do that, you should probably think about paying somebody now.
Oh, no. Enos is going to sleep on the boat, but Enos is going to pick up... Probably see if he can specifically find honeyed lemons. Or like candy lemons.
Oh, yeah, certainly, yeah. Like I said, there's a lot of... What's Enos' wealth, actually?
Excuse me?
How many points in wealth you got, Enos?
Oh, 5.
Okay, yeah, no. Then you will definitely be looking at some of the upper class stores. Like I said, imports to this town, a lot of the ships here are bringing in like high quality luxury goods. So yes, stuff like citrus, tea, fine porcelain, like are being imported and sold in this market.
Okay.
So
I have heard that
can
lemons
absolutely find
is
some
good
sweets.
for seasickness. So
Get yourself some lemon drops.
yep.
Lemon tea, especially.
But other than that, he will reconvene at the ship and see what everyone else is doing for dinner.
Feed me.
I mean, all
right, we're all going to dinner. Let's go. I know a great place.
Let's go.
Let's go to Chicken Bucket.
No. I refuse.
But if you do
Loth
want
just
some
killed me.
roast chicken or duck, that is probably a viable alternative to fish here. Probably not a lot of
Welcome
veggies,
to-
though.
I'm tired of
Welcome to
seafood.
Ye
Right
Old
now.
Friar's Chicken Bucket. What can I get for you today?
I mean, that probably would be street food, like
That'd be
chicken or
like
pigeon, like just called squab, just grilled the fuck up on the street. Give me a big fucking vat of cooking oil.
But no, Enos will take us to a high-class restaurant, probably in the upper district where he has dined before. Probably serves, some good duck, some fish. High class, pours wine, soft music.
Again, music very very high quality. It is one of the things they have here. Trone's very big on culture.
Mm-hmm.
Serve you the finest wines. Probably some great desserts.
Ooh.
Like probably would spring for certain kinds of ice cream here, but I'm also imagining again the candied fruits and probably even like the little like Turkish delight type stuff. Like get some rose water flavored like candied gels or something.
Neat.
Powdered sugar.
Oh,
kind of stuff.
yeah, candied confectionaries.
Yeah. Again, a lot of rose water kind of a stuff. House Ghouls is the house of the rose, and they do a lot of different techniques with that, like perfumes, cooking, etc. You can actually, I believe, rose hips are edible.
Yes.
And can be used for certain kinds of culinary uses.
I do know that rose hips are indeed edible, but
they're off. Oh, sorry.
But no, after that, like I said, we will go to dinner. I will nudge Konrad over his meeting with Rena Martlet and be like, "How'd that go? Huh?
Fine. She liked my gift.
Mm-hmm. Did you talk about anything interesting?
Yeah.
Like
if I'm going to marry into the Martlet house or not.
And how do you feel about that?
I don't know.
Leslok! How do you feel about Konrad marrying into the Martlet family?
If he's happy about it, I think it'd be fun. I think it'd be wonderful.
I mean, I don't really want to leave Tien. That's my home.
I mean, it's not like
I would
you'd
also be asking her to. I don't know. I don't want to think about it.
Well, you're gonna have
You're bringing me down.
Well, it's better to think about it now, otherwise you're gonna wake up in a couple nights and unable to sleep as these circles go around and around in your head.
Yes, and that would be in a few days when we're on the boat. I want to be happy for now.
Nothing to do but think on the boat.
Well, I do have some questions while we're on the boat about some of the stuff you guys are reading, pointing towards the Leslok and Logesh. But we'll talk about we'll talk on the boat, not here.
Okay.
All right.
This duck is delicious.
It is.
It is. Oh,
And what about you,
by the
dear
way, everyone,
cousin?
I awakened the boat, so don't freak out if anything weird happens. Anyway,
What about you, dear cousin Inos? What have you done with your day?
Is that what you were doing in there, Inos?
Yes.
Oh.
Boy.
Am I gonna have to say hello to the boat?
No. The Seawolf has just awakened her soul. She doesn't have a defined sense of self yet.
Ah, her soul. Got it.
I mean, it is a boat.
So it's a boat.
It's a boat.
Oh, yeah. No, I know.
Like,
It's like, Logesh knows.
Like, all I've done is taken all the thoughts and feelings and effort that everyone has displayed, I guess is a good way to put it, upon it, and just coalesced it into a spark. That spark will just help people along where they can.
Well, sadly, unlike most of our entourage here, I am not well versed in manners of the arcane. So I'll just take your word for it. But is that all that you've done with your day, Enos? Did you make sure to eat proper lunch?
Oh, I picked up some sweet bread and some cheese on the way.
Only sweet bread and cheese?
Yes, only sweet bread and cheese. What are you gonna do? Hold me down and shove food into my mouth? I didn't know you were into that.
Shoveling food onto his plate.
Just because you put it on my plate doesn't mean I'm going to eat it.
Right,
and now you wasted
you
food.
You get the left arm. I'll get the right arm.
Okay.
Hey, stop that.
Yes, do you want to make a disgrace of yourself in this high-class restaurant? What
I will
else will
never
they
be
be
able to
saying
forget.
about the Logi boys at the night's end?
Actually, maybe let's not. I will never be able to forget.
You
Unlike
do
all
know
of you.
I'm just saying these things. I'm not actually doing any actions.
Nope. If you're saying things while we're in
Also,
roleplay, you're doing
you do
them.
know.
No, as in like
Also, you.
I think
Logesh
they
is
meant that
saying
in
he would do
character, yes.
these.
Yeah.
He's not
Yes.
moving to do anything though. He's just sitting down.
Okay.
I assume that you are
Cousin,
actually
you
going
do
for that.
realize
You're
I'm-
handing him some plates, though.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Sorry, Logesh is adding stuff to his plate. The joke that from Nicola about holding the arms is just a joke said out loud.
Yeah. But no, Inos just won't
Yes.
eat.
Sorry, I don't know why. Just disgruntled motherly noises.
You're becoming an uncle. The more you think, the more you
I
try.
do think that Alestra Gridarvol is probably
Homie.
very interested in like. She's like, oh, so that's what you're doing. That's quite fascinating.
Oh,
There
yes.
are some notes in the library about. Well, I'm sure you know better than I do. Even legends of crossing the rivers of the underworld in boats that propelled themselves and the like. But I don't think anyone has tried it on a large vessel in. Well, at least none of the records I've ever read.
Well, it's all
A
a
few
matter...
rowboats, a few longboats. I think at one point, one of our she would say our ancestors. One of our ancestors did go a bit mad and tried to awaken a raft. It's not recorded in the records how well that went.
Well, the problem with awakening a raft is there's nothing for a raft to do. A raft does nothing but float. You see, a ship is like a body. It has moving parts. It has things it needs to do. It has things that make it work better, things that make it go worse. And like one takes care of a body, a ship can also take care of itself. So, yes, if you could technically do such things on longboats, rowboats, but no. If you want to get the best effect, you have to do it on something that is a bit more complex, I'd say. There is another step that I may take, but I do have to talk to our dear captain about it. Now that the boat has been given a spark, with enough polish, I probably could actually awaken it into an actual soul. But that would mean that it'd be a boat with a soul, and it'd have moods and personalities and wants and desires. I'm not entirely sure that the crew of the Seawolf would want such a thing.
Well, from what I understand, that's very similar to a ship now, but that does sound very complex. I've read many things in the records about the structure of enchanting, and it is a little unusual. For instance, I know for a fact that it is not common among the Iron Demons, for instance, to activate the spirit of your kiln or forge. You could make it more efficient, but that would also make it more temperamental.
Yes, also, it still has the unfortunate ability of giving the items the ability to move. Let me tell you, I have heard many a story about someone who decided to enchant the furnace, and they wake up the next morning and it's gone.
Inos, do you have any Eerie?
No.
Stage? Okay.
Oh, you got rid of it? Okay.
I mean, I'll roll on it.
I think you just rolled sense before.
I don't think Enos ever had Eerie.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, I think he just rolled like 3 cents or whatever, or 4 cents. What cents are you at?
2
I don't
cents.
remember. 2 cents. I think you just rolled dice and tried to guess on Aurelia.
I think that was like one of the ones that I was like super fucking lucky on it. And I got it.
Instead of Eerie, go ahead and roll me your not to cast a spell, but roll me your sorcery.
Oh, okay.
We'll do it that way.
I did.
And in case you can't tell from my wee little accent, this is Alestra Gridarvol speaking.
Yep.
I thought so.
Yes.
I haven't decided on a voice for Urban Wayland yet, but 10s, okay.
Yeah.
Enos, you get the impression that from a scholarly perspective, as the future heir to House Gridarvol now, Alestra is very well read. You can tell without, because you're not rolling Eerie, but with 10s, you can tell that she is definitely not attuned. And her practical experience with soulcraft sorcery, even though she is a student at the Silver Tower, does seem very low. You do not know if she can actually, like, she's practically experienced enough to cast any spells. And if she is, it would probably be just something simple like sense or hear the soul. That's usually where they start passive listening. But yes, your dinner conversation.
Yes. But I will chat with the young Gridarvol about soulcraft theories, practices, Inos' particular facet on the shaping and polishing of souls and objects, and whatnot. And I'll invite her to come speak with him at any point about such subjects.
Aurelia listens intently, but does not offer much to the conversation.
Yes, Inos will pointedly not involve, well, not pointedly, but smoothly, not draw attention to Aurelia in this conversation.
All right. Any other going around? You guys do have a pretty sizable party.
It's time for fucking wine, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
So there is wine?
Yes. No. It's dinner. There's wine.
Okay. After Nicola got loosened up a bit, he would honestly probably... Would he talk to Ina about this? Yeah, he probably would.
Well, I mean,
probably once he's had a little too much wine.
Or like after.
Oh no, this would be at dinner, probably.
Okay.
This isn't like hidden information, so it's just more on existentialism. Do you have any dream? Or sorry, do you not have any dreams, cousin?
Inos kind of just does this odd held tit. Like, do you mean dreams when I sleep, or dreams as in ambitions?
Ambitions.
Oh,
I admit I feel lost now.
I mean, I have plenty. Don't necessarily share them, because some of them are quite silly, and I refuse to give you all more ammunition to poke fun at me.
That's fair.
But
I just find myself... Oh, good.
No. Let me guess. You will find yourself lost and not entirely sure what you want to do with your life.
In a way, I guess. I've had a goal and I had a goal, an ambition, my entire life, and I've already achieved it.
Well,
that leaves me feeling not how I thought.
Well, first off, the first problem is we haven't celebrated your new appointment, which I think we should. So, first things first, everyone, get your glasses. A toast to our new physician, Nicola.
Cheers.
Yes.
To keeping us all alive.
It's all like, if not for you, I am sure that while it may not feel like much right now, the work you will do in the future, will be instrumental to keeping not just us, but many around us, and even further than that, alive and in health. Do not judge what you're worth by today. Judge your worth by what you could do. And Nicola, I know you. Your brain, it's sexy. Your knowledge, immense. Your talents, uncanny. Do not worry. You will find your way. I'm sure of it. But if such things still plague you, then you must merely just throw yourself into a new pursuit.
Thank you, cousin. Your words, as always, are better than any healing balm I could ever make.
Ugh, that's just because you haven't made a healing balm for the soul yet. I'm sure if you work hard enough at it, you can figure that one out too.
Here to Nicola.
Yeah. Cheers.
Oh,
More
God.
drinking.
Cheers.
Nicola the Kind.
Don't you like the sound of that? But I'll drink more to that Coca-Cola.
I think
Everybody's gonna need a carriage tonight.
Conrad, I think is drunk like 3 times as much as the rest of us.
It's just Logesh bringing him
here's
back
the
in a
thing.
wheelbarrow.
He can fucking. He
I
can
don't
fucking
think-
take it.
Yeah, I don't think Leslok's
I'm
gonna
pretty
push
sure it would
Like,
be. Actually, I'd have to double check. Is it endurance or vigor you roll against poisons?
I believe it's
Vigor.
Oh, is it vigor?
Yeah.
Vigor.
Yep.
I will not drink more than 2 glasses.
I like how I said what you would roll to resist being drunk. and
Can I
immediately
get
like,
drunk?
Yeah, Conrad has 7
Can I
dice.
get drunk? I don't know.
I don't know. Can you?
I don't know if I can get drunk.
Probably.
No, I don't know
Is
if
your
I
teammate
can.
give me the poisons?
No, it's not that. It's I can use my alchemy for my vigor pool, because of my what you call it? Help me out here.
Your esoteric.
The not esoteric. Yeah, the esoteric discipline. Yeah,
Oh, right, the one.
it's
Poison mastery.
the 5th. Yeah, Yeah.
I think you may technically, when doing that, need to be like having access to like an antidote. So like, you would need to actively be ready to counteract your own drunkenness.
He can make Nicola makes the best hair of the dog.
But yeah, no, you know all kinds of stuff to keep yourself, alive and awake
See,
and be ready.
It's natural herbalism, right, or the other one?
I don't remember which one, whether it's apothecary or herbalism, but he's got
Anyway,
access to
I
those.
think we'll.
it's the other one. It's apothecary. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Anyway, I think we've drunk enough. Let's go for some carriages so we don't go stumbling through the night like, well, drunks.
It would be unbecoming of us.
I'm not drunk.
That's what all drunks say, cuz.
Well, I do believe Master Inos does know the song at least. This was Lucy, because she did join you for dinner. She, returned to boat fully.
Brother,
Mhm.
I trust you are not drunk. I assume you are merely invigorated.
Oh, that's the word we're using now.
Did I hear singing? We're gonna sing, right?
Well, it's all beginning. I just imagine, you guys like, pay the tab and start going down and call some carriages, and Lucy leads in a rousing rendition of "What do you do with a drunken sailor?"
Also, what did they say about making arguments of a man twice your size?
Don't.
Easier. Make sure you
I'm
have a friend that's
I'm
twice their
just a
size.
head taller. I'm not twice your size. Have been twice your size since we were kids.
I just imagine Leslok looks at how wide Conrad is compared to him.
He's a little broad-shouldered. I think though, if I remember rightly, you haven't described Leslok as being like short either. He's like
No, he's like
normal or
tall.
above average. Yeah, tall even. But you're spindly, you're wiry, you're very, very cunning, very thin. Possible. Actually, honestly, you're attuned now. A little spooky, TBH. You've got that tall, thin, gothic horror protagonist vibe. Like, you had a bout of consumption as a child.
Not gonna lie, brother. I see you sometimes out of the corner of my eye, and it freaks me out.
Good.
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 Oh, yes. Aurelia jumps in. Leslok has been cultivating that for years.
Oh, does he want to be like one of those dark novel protagonists, just brooding in a corner, having already solved the mystery while everyone's flouncing around, looking like fools, and he just sweeps in the last moment and goes, "I know what's wrong."
Inos, have you been reading my diaries?
Wait, what?
I'm drafting my. Yes, brother. That's often how I think of you to myself.
It's like,
Well,
no.
Honestly, I need to double check with Mother. I didn't know if I don't know if Veilcraft allows you to place dramatic shadows over your face, or is that just a thing you do with your head?
Oh no, Aurelia, no. It's just I
I
have
probably just my
keen. It's like I've just known your brother almost all my life, and I've seen him like read so many books, probably even some that he shouldn't have, that seem to have definitely given him some ideas. Unfortunately, I realized it too late. I wasn't able to stop him. I'm sorry, sister. Your brother is ruined forever.
I don't know. We might need to check his new books, make sure there's no bad ones.
Well, that'd be very easy.
Oh.
Logesh, what books did Lord Brother buy?
Loth is deafened, but it's
Oh
like
shit! Damn. Well, Aurelia would still train Punky.
it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just like, just because I told you about a thing I wanted to do as a kid does not mean it applies now.
Oh no, it just gives me ammunition forever.
You're right.
Man, I am great with these zingers.
Don't worry, brother. Master Inos is perfectly full of ammunition. I'm sure he shall. If push comes to shove, he shall direct his slings and arrows at our enemies.
If nothing else, I'll direct my pretty face. That might distract them for a moment.
They might fight each other over you.
My favorite.
Well, that works pretty good.
That's what they were after.
Pardon me.
What?
Pirates.
Context, bro.
No, and it's just like, pardon me.
That's great. We brought back a joke from hours ago. The callbacks.
Oh, we are family. I guess Logesh is here.
and then Inos just kind of stops up short. That's what those sisters were doing.
Are you going to be feasted upon by two women at the same time again?
Sisters?
Yeah, sisters.
It's Inos. If he's between two sisters, that's not surprising.
Oh, no. It's like, I misspoke. Earlier I went to go see Hell's Ghouls and pay a visit upon Reese, and her sister was there, and they were bickering non-stop.
My opinion does not change.
It's like I find myself having to get between them so we could actually have a conversation without threats of being tossed from parapets, or tea being thrown, or wrestling moves.
Good.
Inos, are you quite certain
Say
that they are
so
not
many
simply...
things right now.
You're not really helping your argument
Are you
here.
quite Well, one, I do not wish to discuss the other possibility, but Inos, are you simply not just mistaking them for being sisters?
Well, no, that's
Literally earlier today at dinner, Nicola and Logesh, verbally anyway, threatened to take you by each arm and force feed you.
Yes, I know. It's just one of those things that doesn't seem so... It's quite obvious until you actually think about it.
Are you sure there wasn't just two versions of the same person? Because I'm seeing a couple of you as two right now.
You were seeing double.
Oh, no, Konrad.
Carriage driver, is there a tea house between here and the docks?
I feel like Leslok is the first that ends up laughing way more than he expects to.
Well, you've had a couple of glasses of wine tonight, so I think everybody's a little, in the classical sense, gay right now.
Have a golden
I
I
gate
think
time.
Leslok had a glass, but not as much. Keeping relatively sober for this.
Also, Logesh, what's your body plus vigor?
5.
Yeah, not terrible.
Mine's 4, by
Mine's
the way.
2. Mine's 2, so I only took a glass and a half.
Yeah, no.
Anyway, I would like to say that we make merry upon our way back to the boat.
Yes.
We get back to the boat.
Because before we get out of here,
Yes.
this is technically could have happened at any point. But hey, you may remember a conversation, or you may not, because nobody brought it up yet. You may remember a conversation where you had with the lovely Bishop Ignatius. Hello, it's me, Ignatius.
Yes.
I'm speaking to you in a
Bro, we have to go.
flashback, my lord.
Bro, we have to go meet the people he brought up. Yeah.
No,
Oh,
you definitely don't have to meet them. But he did have you asked for a list of recommendations.
Yeah. Also,
Right.
I think we're
Which
too
I
far
would
to
like.
actually meet them.
No. Yes, I know. I believe a couple of times last week, Axe suggested like, "Oh, I'll just pop into the Pontiff," and I'm like, "No.
No.
That would be like a full day."
At least ask, like, how far that would
your
take,
ass
yeah.
up to the Astrigan Hill. But if you wish to send him a note about your thoughts, your well wishes, you're already sending a note up to Kefis Verity's way, so you could that out. But Bishop Ignatius's suggestions, though again, I would like to iterate. There is no guarantee these will be who picked. This is who Ignatius would recommend to the Pontiff to take his position. And obviously you are free to express your opinion, because the normal way of things is that if the Pontiff had no preference, the local lord's preference would take place. It is the parish which you control. There is supposed to be harmony between church and state, even if they are separate. but also it is a kind of thing where politically, I believe this was mentioned last time, politically, if the pontiff did not agree with your personal preference or recommendation, that might be the kind of thing that you could, like, complain about to your king. You know. But the recommendations that Bishop Ignatius had is first is Prelate Vasil Ecclesius. He is the head of a scholarly order, the Order of Saint Marianus, which is similar to the pontiff's name of Marius, probably where he got that ecclesial name from. A prelate, by the way, is technically the same rank as a bishop, but he doesn't operate a bishopric. He is attached to a order of priests. He will be styled Monsignor, which is a very churchy way of saying my lord. Vasil leads a small but dedicated group of scholars and priests. They work to restore and preserve church buildings, relics, writings. He is from Tron originally, but he has worked in time in other areas to work with stonemasons, sculptors, artists. He's popular with craftsmen, merchants, tradesmen. Not always popular with other clergy, because, you know, some of them may get political about, like, where he spends his efforts. But he generally is a, like, upright and scholarly man who seems focused on the work of, you know, preserving history. You have the Reverend Mother Prisca Ecclesia. Technically, actually, Nicola's distant cousin. She originally hailed from House Gridarvol, but joined the church, so her former name is dropped in titles. She would actually be the head priest of the parish around the Silver Tower and the rest of the Gridarvol territory, so Nicola, you probably met her in passing, Prisca. Before joining the seminary, she was a student at the Silver Tower and did serve at as a hospitaller before. So she's been a church healer. She's, you know, kind of considered a mature, reasonable influence. Not particularly conservative, not particularly reformist. So kind of like neutral politically and liked by local nobles as a member of, you know, one of the families. And lastly, Father Fabian Mun is the priest of the parish of Jarbridge. I believe I didn't say the name last time, but I mentioned this town because you guys researched the river. You know, your possibly haunted river. You have a big fuck off bridge town over it. That's called Jarbridge. It has a very large bridge of stone. I haven't decided yet in the fluff if the bridge is supposed to be awakened or not. It might be a magic bridge.
Magic bridge.
I mean, magic bridge go over a cursed river.
Supposedly, Logi Torchbearer, like, worked some magic into the foundations of the walls of the stone hearth. So, like, he probably practiced on something first. Not everybody can be Inos and just decide to ball out and start with your first project be a boat.
I have a lot of juice.
So Fabian Mun is a priest. He's not from nobility. You know, he's got a pretty common monastic surname. He's pretty well guarded in scholarly and administrative circles. He personally previously served as an assistant to Bishop Ignatius, so he was a priest and who worked with the bishop. So common folk like him, clergy like him, but he is from a working class family, so he's not like super well known by local lords. And I have written these out separately, so I will paste the bulleted list. So these are your, options. If these are who Ignatius recommended. So if you have a personal preference, pick and leave a note now. Again, there's no guarantee that your next bishop will be picked from these three, but your opinion matters. If you don't vote, your vote can't be heard. And also, even if they don't end up your bishop, you may wish to cultivate relations with these people later. But I leave you with that discussion. Otherwise, after supper, you guys will go back to boat. You will sleep on boat. You will leave early in the morning when the tide is high. I guess last call for Tron. Any things you missed during shopping? Any notes you want to send, etc.?
I think I mentioned to you about the notice sent, right?
I will write a proper letter to Sienna expressing regret that we weren't able to meet, but just well wishes, and I hope that she is able to help as many people as she can and whatnot, and maybe we can meet up later.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, actually, that might have come up.
Sorry for that. Sorry for not being very talkative in that last bit there. My computer crashed.
Ah.
Rip. It happens. Ghost Dallas.
So I joined via phone, and then I'm now back on my computer.
Nice. That may have come up during dinner if Nicola wanted to ask about it, because
Yeah, I probably would
on
have.
Sienna, Alphen, and what she's doing right now, which is that she will probably not be in the capital because she is a journeywoman healer,
and they need healers right here now.
Healing to do.
Yes, but
I will in that case write her a letter as well.
Yes. Actually, that's a good question. Inos, do you at dinner would you bring up and discuss some of the fact that not like beset by crisis, but Throne's been dealing with a few things lately,
oh yes, no, definitely.
Yeah.
The foundering ships, the rough storms, the fact that House Veretti is being a little ill at ease, staring at the stars, waiting for the right time. Now he would have brought all that up.
I didn't. Oh, why are the two of you? I didn't wish to be a conspirator. However, it is interesting that this happens within a short span of our own run of bad luck. Then again, it could just be the wine talking. I always have to readjust myself.
Wait, is Nicola talking? I can't tell. There's like three
Okay,
of
you
them
guys
right
need
now.
to sober up.
No, I'm plenty sober. I'm just a bit
Not
woozy.
you.
Maybe him a little. I'm just
I'm buzzed.
back to the ship.
He is stone drunk.
I know.
All right, but I will say, Inos, you will now notice on the show, Inos does have a bit of a habit of talking to the ship now.
And if you guys are noticing that, there are definitely going to be times, again, because you were about to be on this boat for like 2 weeks, there are definitely times when not speaks back, but Inos will say something to the boat, and one of the lines will shift and creak near him, or if there's enough of a waver, and a shutter or trapdoor will clatter, kind of a thing, just little sounds, and you're like, is it the wind, or is the boat just being tip of the non-existent hat?
I question. No, why am I still speaking in my? No, this is a question to the DM. As a member of the Silver, or not a member, but as someone who lived in the Silver Tower for a long time, would I be used to awakened things?
Oh yes, you.
Okay, then
you
I
guys
probably
have
would not think anything.
I don't
of
know if
this.
it would be a museum, but the Silver Tower has probably private and public vaults where you guys just keep things that are awakened that you collect over the years. Various treasures and artifacts and objects of art.
Neat.
Some of which are just as brought up when your sister talked about how there was some mad ancestor who awakened a rat. Some of which are probably very very pretty but very non-functional, I should say. But also definitely House Gridarvol keeps for study and preservation several awakened swords, axes, spears, that kind of thing. Awakened suits of armor type stuff. Not walking armor, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Armor is better. That kind of stuff. Cloaks, boots, they don't make a big deal out of it because it's mostly for the sake of preserving knowledge, but you had a few things in your basement.
But I'd be used to this weird shit.
Well, hey, guess what? There's 5 of us. Inos, you are a political man, if not a religious man. What are your opinions on priest recommendations? We seem to be split down the middle.
Let's see here.
the senior, the Logi brother.
I think we at least all agree on who
Yeah, there's
the
like 4 votes.
the worst option is. Ironically,
Hey, whoa! Don't say that about that. She's like your second cousin. Or
my
something.
cousin, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I
I'm
know.
not saying it's a bad option, but considering everything else, like, yeah, I give him my reasoning.
Also,
And check
it
that.
just looks bad.
Oh, it would arguably be very nepotism of you, but
Yeah,
also, hey, you're a
it just
you're a noble
looks
house. It
bad.
don't matter.
Oh, we
I
are
know, but
dominant.
Nicola is sort of concerned with things like that.
Well, I'd have to have a discussion about the like why people want specific reasons. Like,
Check.
I
I mean,
mean,
we can have this conversation.
I'll
We can
tell
also
you.
have it off.
yeah, we can have it off. But like,
technically, Bishop Ignatius would have given Leslok this list like
4
several
left.
days ago now, like
Mhm.
before you even left for the Biden. So
yeah.
we can and feel free if you guys want to discuss like plans. Feel free to have flashbacks to the classic like table meeting scene. We get you around the table, we put down the map. There's knives and funny chess pieces on the board, kind of a thing. Like it's a Dragon Age menu.
Mm-hmm.
Like we can always flashback when it makes sense for you guys to be
No.
pre-working with this. But all right, Botus.
My reason for supporting Mun is very simple. He was the assistant to the last bishop, and no one seems to hate him.
So, you sail. We don't need to do any in-depth role playing. I remember well from session, a little too open-ended on a boat trip, and we were on a boat for a long time, getting our vibes, which I do not mind, but I am getting my hunger pangs, and it is almost midnight here. We've been going for almost 4 hours. I would like to actually, like I said, get you guys into the capital and probably like moving your luggage in, so you can plan social
Is
calls
it
for the next.
2 weeks or is it only 1 week? Because I don't remember it being like, it'll be like a full 3-week trip. 2 weeks.
It's normally a full 3 weeks. You guys sailed for technically like a full day and a bit, so to get to Tron. So it is about because it would be 15 or 16 days with your clipper because you have a very fast haul. So you are able to get it down to 2 weeks and some change, and you've already taken the change to get to Tron. So it's about 2 weeks. Mostly in open, like you'd probably hug the coast of Tron for a little bit, and then mostly open waters. Maybe be within visible range of the southern coast of Ferretti, and then just swing wide into the Crownport.
There would be something I wanted to do on the trip over.
Yeah.
But I actually need Leslok for.
Yes, I think you said you wanted to talk about Leslok.
Yeah, I wanted to work with him and his eidetic brain thing to help me write basically a treatise on the ancient alchemy stuff that was written in the scary freaky tomb place.
Yeah.
Basically like all the alchemical findings and write that in like nice neat notation of like what we found there.
Okay.
What should I do for that
Would you
one?
be down for helping me with that?
I have time for 2 weeks.
Leslok, you don't need to roll anything. Like, I assume basically like the way this is going to work is that like Nicola is going to like ask you to recall like a formula you saw on the wall or various pictograms or writings. He is going to transcribe that and then analyze that. So, Nicola, I would like whatever is better for you, either a language roll or a lore roll to write all this down.
Lore would probably be better.
Can't really help you because technically I'm just giving you the material to work with.
No, I understand.
Also, don't forget, Leslok, you want to tell or ask Inos about the thing?
I did. I was gonna say it earlier, but then we kind of like talked
yeah.
about the priests and everything.
No.
It was.
I like Enos's.
Leslok probably would have brought it up, I guess, before we like got plastered. But
yeah. So, with three sevens, yes. You're able to, it's you're handwriting your notes. Obviously, you don't have access to a printer on the boat, but you're able to sketch together a decently sized treatise to basically analyze, like what, ancient descriptions of alchemy was. And you can actually, with that high a height, you can come to some conclusions. Basically, it seems like the tribe of fire dancers had a pretty decent grasp on the high level concepts of alchemia. Like they understood the division of elements and the fundamental processes. Their knowledge where like alchemy blends over to chemistry with some Y's was a little more minimal. Like they did not have the full grasp that you do as a student of the alchemical college about like, oh well, this oil is representative of the element of fire, this mineral is representative of earth, but this mineral is representative of water. Like they only had access to like what materials were in time, but they were aware of like the triumvirate, mind, body, soul, that sort of stuff. In general, they seemed very focused on the connection between the element of fire and the concept of mind, and a little bit with soul. A little bit of that overlap there, but it does kind of seem like there wasn't unnecessarily a lot of crossover. And there are definitely some of these formula that you like had Leslok transcribe. You were reading to yourself, and you are like, "Wow, that's weird. I don't think I've nobody's used a formula of this type in 1,000 years. I'm not even sure what this does. But it definitely seems like they had connections to alchemical fire and like the elements that kind of spin off that in a way that traditional alchemists have not made use of in a long time. And indeed, if you keep at this kind of study and share it with some other alchemists, you might uncover a new route to some some new rediscover some lost alchemical spells.
Yeah. So I will bind a copy for myself that is like very sloppy and in the way that college notes typically are, like a bunch of random tangents at every place. And then I will bind a much neater version of this in a very nice, very like ornate notebook, and prepare that as a gift for Paz.
Alrighty. Like I said, I don't necessarily want to kill too much time, but do you want to, Leslok, do you want to roleplay a little of that conversation with Inos, or are you good to just ask him some questions about some stuff?
I'm about talking it out.
Talk about romantic stuff.
I do have to ask though. How is Inos faring on the first day after?
He's probably down for like a few days.
I have to wait till you're like
mobile. Yes.
Yeah.
If you have a conversation with him on the first day, all you're gonna get is.
He'll don't worry. He'll be sentient in about 3 days.
Now this is why he bought the honeyed lemons and stuff.
Yeah.
There, so it stays down.
Citrus is good for seasickness and nausea.
Oh yeah.
Also, don't think I didn't notice when Nicola got everyone else the candied fruits. I didn't get Inos any. I see you.
Hey, you were doing a magical weird ritual on the boat.
This was before we left. Before we left Tyne?
No, I made one for you as well.
No, you did not. I specifically remember this. You gave one to all the young heirs and to
Then I was stupid. It was not on purpose. I promise you that.
I'd have to double check the audio, which is posted now, but I thought he said he gave everybody in the party.
Nope.
All right,
yeah.
But I do feel like if he said the phrase party, it was probably only like once.
If I left you out of it, it was not on purpose. It was because I'm dumb.
Did I hear mention that Inos was sick? Seasick?
Yeah, he's got a little he's still got a few of his seasickness.
So Konrad will present that candle holder that he bought specifically to try and help Enos's seasickness with the scented candles and herbal stuff.
The what?
it's what Konrad bought. It was like there were scented candles and like herbal candles and stuff just to
Yeah, he
try
has a
and
little-
find
Oh,
something that
what is the? It's not
would help.
candelabra, but like he's got a candle holder that probably has like a secured glass case so it doesn't like fall over and set the boat on fire.
Kind of like
And
an
he
oil
got,
lamp.
he got some herbal candles, and I've just been reading. Apparently, ginger and chamomile are good, so you could probably get some like chamomile and lavender scented
Yeah,
stuff
sure.
pretty easily.
Chamomile is very good for seasickness.
So yeah.
Yeah,
Some
Inos will probably
aromatics.
make a fairly quick recovery. Probably only a few days under.
Yes, and then after that, Leslok be chatting.
So I guess the 5th day, Leslok checks in on Enos.
Enos is up and about,
totally do that.
stretching, taking deep breaths.
Oh, you're alive again.
Yes, no, I saw my grandness some mothers, but she said now is not the time. Pity.
Be a shame for all of us if you were gone.
You'd make do. Anyway, what can I do for you, cuz?
I wanted to ask you for something I think you're the best one for.
Well, that doesn't narrow it down at all, cuz.
I am going to court the 5th princess after I made Marcus.
Ooh. I love it. I'm gonna have a word on romance. You should. The poets would love that.
I wanted my courtship to go with a gift designed specifically for her, and I wanted your expertise on the matter.
Enos, kind of tilts his head. Do you want my advice or my actual skill?
Both, actually.
Enos, will say, pardon me, and, lean up against the bulkhead of the ship. Like, naturally, I am flattered that you've come to me, but you do know that I am only a journeyman goldsmith. It's like, yes, I can polish a gem and I can make the jewelry, but I'm probably not the best at it. Especially if we're heading to the capital. You might be able to find someone much... Well, you won't find anyone cheaper, I guarantee you that. It'll cost you a goddamn arm and a leg. But you'll find much more skilled goldsmiths out there than I.
Perhaps. But I think something made from your hands has always that unique touch.
Enos continues to eye Leslok. Like, yes, it'd be a unique touch because it'd be completely amateurish and just be completely amateurish. I was like, I'm gonna ask you again, cuz, do you want to potentially leave this in my hand and come up with something that is not the best of the best? I'll do it if you want me to, but I'll hear no criticisms for the end result.
Would you argue if I had a design in mind?
I'd have to see the design first, but it is generally not the purview of the artisan to overly nitpick the commission in just areas where you're being foolish.
Entirely fair. As we joked about, I guess, a week ago, I am not the most evolved person, and I'm not like you who can glide from one encounter to another without seeming like you've tripped yourself upon any point in your life.
Inos scoffs at that. Cause obviously you have not. Well, of course you haven't seen me. I've been stuck in the bloody captain's quarter, puking my guts out for the past few days. Yes, I glide through everything. Don't put yourself down for no reason. Others will do that plenty for you.
You have a point. I'm.
No, Inos will cut you off. So, jewelry. What do you want to give your lady love?
She has quite. Besides her eyes, one of her most striking points and her grace is her long golden red hair. I wanted something to accompany it for her. I had in mind at least like a hairpin or a hair clip of shaped like a dragon when crested with a ruby.
Dragon wing hairpins. Are we talking a dual hairpin or individual hairpins?
A single one.
Did you want the dragon... Did you want a fully stylized dragon or more of a dragon motif?
I wanted it shaped like an actual wing.
So a dragon wing, did you like thinking maybe like at the head in the wing with like a jewel for the eye? Inos, goes over to a bag and pulls out some sheaves of paper and a charcoal pencil and starts doing some quick sketches. It's like, so, lady's pin length. How long is Narissa's hair about now, do you think?
I would put it about shoulder length, under her shoulders.
Then a short pin then. Her hair's alright. Would you like... Gold would probably catch the light better, but silver's more striking. Would you rather have gold... Would you have the base be gold or silver? Or do you want to get fancier? Nicola does know how to make orichalcum right now. We might be able to find materials in the capital.
I did acquire... I think Leslok just pulls out of like a bag and just like sit on the desk. It's like I did acquire a jeweler's ingot of gold, a little silver speckles, and an uncut ruby.
But how big is the ruby? Do you think?
I think it's like. When I think about it, I think it's like when you make a circle, when you like close your hand into like an open circle, it's like they're that wide.
It's pretty big.
That's
But
pretty
maybe
big.
like 2/3 that then.
Instead of an eye, I have a better
But
idea.
it's fully uncut, so it's like still probably rock bits.
Hey, let me see here.
Sure, it's raw.
It's like, it's raw. I could probably polish it down to something smaller and finer. Still a nice egg. I think instead of a wing, if you want to do a really something really unique, you would actually do the full length dragon. You would have the tail start from a point of the pin, curl around the ruby, and basically the end would be a set of wings flaring up. It's like, only problem is that's way more complex and difficult, but definitely unique. Most of the time, hairpins are very simple with animal motifs. Sometimes you can't even tell what they are at all. It's because a lot of times goldsmiths are rushing just get out order after order so they can get to the next order so they can make a pretty penny. I swear, no soul in it sometimes. Inos continues to scribble furiously.
Yes. The demands of those willing to pay only go more. I wanted it to be a dragon, mostly because she is of the Order of Dragon Dancers, so I thought it'd be only fitting that she had something to go with her leadership.
If I integrate some oro techniques, I might be able to... Yes, I can wrap the tail around the pin. That should give it some additional security. Use the arms to clasp the ruby. I can put fasteners there. The biggest problem is going to be on the wings and the head. Inos is off in his own little world right about now.
Furiously sketching with charcoal.
I don't think Leslok will interrupt him because it's like he likes where it's going.
He can tell. He's working. Also, yes, I was quiet through that because we talked too much about candy. I had to go.
Fair enough.
It's like, okay, I think I have a design. It's probably a bit more than I've done. When do you need it by?
I'd like it, I think after Embarcus within a few days.
When the few days of becoming Marcus, you say? Well, we don't know when that's gonna happen.
Let's say after, actually, because I'd better have it sorted out before I commit to this right now.
Oh, great. So that's a timeline of maybe immediately, maybe not. I love it.
I'll get a week within when we land.
A week. So Omega, I actually have no idea. How long would a fancy hairpin take to make? Actually, like you think?
Oh, probably. I mean, depending on how well you go, I'd give you some bonuses for extra width, but it could be a project that is like 2 or 3 days of dedicated work. Probably a little longer if you're only spending like half days working.
Give me 2 weeks.
It'd be less if you could squiggle a couple of assistants, but
Yeah, I
also,
know, but
I don't know if Inos is going to be doing that.
Yes, give me 2 weeks. That way, I can go and maybe knock off a few pieces to break the rust off. Break the rust off. Maybe study some text and stuff. We're already gonna be running ragged, cousin, in here. We have the festival to worry about. We have social engagements, dinners, the whole thing with the mock class. Who knows what things might pop up in the meantime? A week is entirely too little time.
Entirely fair. If you need 2 weeks, I'll make it. I will try to make it out.
Like I said, oh, don't worry. I mean exactly 2 weeks from the day we set in port. I'm pretty sure we'll be in here that long at least. What is the frickin' Are we arriving like a couple days ahead of schedule?
I believe at this rate you're gonna be like 3 full days ahead.
Yeah, and the
the
Blossom
festival?
Festival is like 5 days, right?
Yeah, like 5 or 6 days.
Yeah, no. So like, so yeah, if it was like the full 2 weeks, we would still like it'd just be like less than a week after the festival ended, which we would probably be hanging around anyway. I would feel just for social.
What the
reasons.
latest?
Well, like I
give
said,
it
we
to
could
the day
like
where I leave.
Like we have to do our own social due diligence. We don't have to do everything during the Blossom Festival. We can wait till like afterwards for like such things. But
Yeah.
yes, like give me 2 weeks. I'll see if I can maybe drum up an assistant or two, at least to help with some of the more brutish work. I can do a little bit of studying. Might even go ask House Oro. Actually, maybe I should go hire an assistant from House Oro. That's an idea. Again,
It's not unheard of.
Gives you an in.
Nicola's attendant is an assistant who was a fellow student at the chemical college.
Yeah. No, but so yes, I'll have to go pay the Baron a good visit. I hope he doesn't try to he
You
just
have only gotten more beautiful.
Hmm?
You have only gotten more beautiful.
A little out of context, but I get it.
Yeah, I get it. But
I was muted, but I said, "Are you hitting on him?"
but
All
right.
It's
2 weeks and I will produce either the greatest hairpin this realm has ever seen, or an amateur's mockery that will forever shame you and everything that you do forever after.
I will live with that, and if it goes well, even if you try to have the Iron Demons take over the whole world, I will support you fully.
Don't say that, cousin. I may hold you to that. I want, like, you have Erie. I just want you to feel Enos's just unwholesome just flare up at that moment right there. Just right there.
It's like I literally tempted a devil or a demon.
Yes.
I do have,
just chills go down your spine.
You have verbally agreed to the blood contract.
It's because if I did that, the actual contract involves a dagger and a lot of chanting for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I know.
Not quite, Oath of the Grave, but still, the bargain is struck.
But yes, no.
Honestly,
Bargain
you
is
guys
tempted.
I like Leslok isn't unwholesome either, but like both of you are a little creepifying.
Yes. No.
She's still attuned.
Yeah.
I feel like Leslok's gonna end up kind of like an Odin-like figure, at least in vibes.
No,
I feel like it's a little unfair in favor of alchemy because your guys' attunements make you like all spooky and weird. Mine just makes me look hot. Is that?
I mean, it could be worse. Dragon Sorcery Attunement gives you glowing veins.
You could also be. You could also
That's
do a
true.
thing where someone could just flashbang you of salt and you die.
Also, to be fair, if I get the failed attunement, I grow a tentacle.
yeah, but guess what? My magic lets me punch your soul out.
I
Punch my soul.
I can make your day. I can make people the worst fucking day of their life.
I
get
can
to
cut
rip
people in
so-
half.
Yours more effective, honestly.
Very
Sometimes.
Very good. I feel like he's like, I can cut people in half, but it's also like, that's very good, Konrad. It's very effective.
It is actually. It is. 'Cause it's way more
Well,
straightforward.
honestly,
and fast,
like I said,
actually.
Conrad, like, cut many men in twain on when they order. So no, he is very effective at what he do.
No, like I'm serious though. It's like the funny part is like honestly, Conrad doing that's actually a faster method
It probably
by
is.
most margins.
But okay, so Inos has agreed to make this jewelry. He has negotiated for 2 weeks. You are providing these goddamn materials.
I already yes, I've
Already
read
done,
more
sir.
if you need any.
Yes. And yeah, I think that's it. We can discuss the particularities, but Inos is going for a little bit more complicated design than you were going for because well, you're trying to impress a girl. So guess
Yes.
what? We're going all in.
I mean, Leslok has not disagreed because he believes in the idea wholeheartedly.
I mean, I do feel like that matches your personality. Like, when Leslok approaches somebody about it, he's just like, oh, I don't know, like maybe like a stylized wing, like, gives a more thought out but conservative design, and then Inos has to kind of be like, no, cuz you gotta go big, man. Did you give me enough gems that I can embroider a dragon breathing fire on it? Oh, not quite that many? Well, we'll work with what we got. Like
I can get you another room if you have to, but
agree
yeah.
to, like Leslok is okay with Enos' extra plan, but he starts a little more smaller, a little more like, well, we'll go.
Leslok
simple.
has
Enos
grown up.
like, no, you gotta get big, man.
Like it's grown up a thing where it's not just to expect people want less, or they want nothing, or they want way more. So you work on a middle point.
All right. Well, compromise is a better thing. All right, last call for boat stuff.
Boat stuff.
Boat stuff.
Nope.
Konrad did mention that over the course of like the trip, he will be. Hopefully, someone can explain to him what's going on with what they discovered in the labyrinth, because no one really ever explained it to him, and he has no idea what's going on.
Okay, I'm gonna write that.
Good.
Oh,
How many points of lore do you have, Konrad?
None.
Yes.
I have 5. I can help you there.
Yeah.
Axe, I'm not sure if it's autocorrect. There's no A in Logesh.
Oh, is it E?
Logash.
That's Logesh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Careful, Logesh is
And
That's-
he's not Lorgash.
Oh no.
Sorry about that.
All right.
Like, we don't have to be too much
Yeah, I'm
detail,
about to
but
say,
like,
out of character, do you, Aren, follow what the plot hook was?
yeah, pretty much.
Then yes. Well, I mean, he Leslok just wrote it down, so I think he would sit and he'd go over with you because he doesn't. The beauty about getting lessons from Leslok is that he doesn't need materials. If you read it once, he can just recall it and feed it to you as many times as you like.
Okay.
I should probably roll more for that,
You
but I'll probably do that if
hold
it's
on. Actually, that's a good question. So you say practice flickering shadow. You're straight up gonna like practice your sorcery.
I'm probably gonna practice that away from most people because I feel like I don't want to
Okay.
trick them out.
I do kind of want. Oh, I was imagining like that'd be pretty rad if you're like up on the and just like activating the blink spell, while you practice. But
Blur,
yeah,
the blur spell.
yeah, blur.
Also, potentially shouldn't do it on a boat.
It doesn't go through ground.
Up.
It doesn't go through ground.
Okay,
Yeah, but you could go off the side.
Fair.
Yeah, do it below deck.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
The description of the flickering shadow spell is you don't get to like phase through solid materials because the spell is designed so you don't fall through the earth, but it does let you shed bindings instantly. So like
Things wait on you, yeah.
you want to be careful about like handling with ropes and shit. But yeah, okay.
Also, your clothes. Don't make sure you don't accidentally become naked.
That is probably
I've not thought about that, but I
practicing
guess
the
that-
spell to make sure that works.
Yeah, I guess if you fuck it up really hard, you could do that.
You gotta wrap the whole of yourself in the shadow of the immaterial. But yes, okay, lots of practicing lessons with the heirs, spending time.
Is there like become one with shadow spell?
No, I joked about that with the shadow over your face. That I've been thinking.
I feel like that could be a
Bell
Bell thing. Just like you just kind of like blend in with shadows.
Just grab some
shadow, slap on face.
Because there is glamours exist that let you become kind of unseen, and there are spells which give you like bonuses in stealth. But I could work something out. I'm thinking of stuff. We've been in a very sorcery mood, and we've been brewing. But
I gave you rune zombies, and I gave you the Grey Army. So
yeah.
Oh dear.
Yes. By the way, if you run into anybody who's gotten any Draugr type enemies who have runes of living death on them, that's Axis. He mentioned something, and I was like, oh well, we're definitely doing that now. Okay. Anyway,
so can we throw Axe off the boat now?
No, because it hasn't come back to bite me yet.
I mean, even if we get rid of Axe, then the Draugr will still exist. So
true.
There were always going to be Draugr at some point anyway.
It's too late to apologize.
If we throw him off, it'll just make me feel good.
Anyway, boat time is done now.
Goodbye,
boat time is done.
The time of the orc is now.
No.
So what I thought it would, but it happened.
So yeah, after your uneventful remaining time, you sail.
Actually, technically, it's the time of the Uruk. Sorry.
Okay, throw him off the boat. Actually.
All right, all of you, shut up.
Sorry.
Kill this man.
Shut up, all of you. Omega, please finish.
Thank you. I won't even go into my gag. Hey, you're sailing back to the Crownport in Lampclear. It's been a while since all of you were on a boat sailing in. You dock at a familiar wharf reserved for the high houses. This is a little different than the last time you were here. The last time you were here was technically like the, unofficial first day of the festival. So, banners were flying, people were singing. It was all, upbeat and everything. Right now, there's more of a quiet, busy work to the air. You see banners going up, people in street stalls, cleaning out their stalls, setting up for wares. Just packs of men, women, and children like working, weaving flower wreaths together, that kind of stuff. Lots of activity in the port of cargo. Though the astute of you who are keeping eyes out do note that the port is a little more full than usual of not just cargo ships, but also naval vessels. And I'm sure that Nicola is keeping an eye out on the sea fort, and does note that the Vipera, the private captaincy of Admiral Marin, is in port already.
Interesting.
I have not done the full description of the Vipera, but it's probably very impressive. Probably big ship of the line type shit.
Is that is that Lady Marin's personal boat?
Yes.
Then I don't know if I've been on that before. I've seen it. I've definitely seen it.
Definitely seen it. Probably not been on. They probably traveled by other methods. But
yeah,
land, the gangplank is extended. She tells everybody, go on. Lucy tells everybody to go on shore leave and work out all your stuff. You guys are allowed to disembark first. You have to get to the end of the dock. Start unloading all your cargo. Get ready to call up carts and wagons. But once again, at the end of the dock, very familiar by last time, on horseback, clunk up a small unit of men and women with armor with red pauldrons. It's only a half dozen blood shields this time, though. But out from the procession this time pops up. Well, not really pops up, but he rides up. Crown Prince alias Hotroy. He kind of clonks out.
There are a lot of people around, correct?
Yeah, you're in the public dock.
Okay, then I will give a how cheeky can I be with this? No, there are too many people that might have a good sense, or a poor sense rather. And that could be bad. So I'll do the normal bow.
Konrad will bow to him the exact amount that he should for his station.
Yep. Bow with friendly smile.
Like we'll bow and be like, "See you."
Enos
You
is
all
Enos.
under
Enos as
arrest.
How about you, Inos?
I said Enos is Enos. He'll do a little theatrical bow.
He, kind of tilts his head in acknowledgement to each of you. Kind of says, "Good day, my friends. Unfortunately, this is not a personal call. I come to you in my capacity as the Lord Cursor, bearer of the King's missives." He, reaches into his coat and with a flourish produces a very finely folded piece of paper with a filigreed waxen seal upon it of the mark of the High King. And he, while still on horseback. Sorry, my arm's a little loose and I did not tighten all the way.
Come here.
I don't want the microphone flopping around. That would be bad. It'll affect the soundscape.
Say goodnight, Floppy.
Anyway. So he reaches, pulls out this, very fine missive with the seal, hands it to Leslok. And he, as he does, he says, "In this letter you shall find a message which says, for Leslok, son of Leofric, steward of the north, lord of Stonehearth, to appear at the third bell from dawn in the grand hall of the Palace of the Dawn, to take his oaths to fealty to His Royal Highness, the High King, and ascend to the position of Marquess."
Wow.
Just getting right on in that.
Oh, is it like? I'm
Yeah.
just trying. It's exactly.
Take the note.
Yes, it's. Thank you. Just double check. It's like it says exactly like 3 bells from now.
No, not from now. 3 bells from dawn.
Yes.
3
Tomorrow.
bells from dawn of tomorrow. So
Okay.
3 o'clock tomorrow.
No, 8
Or
a.m.
8 a.m. tomorrow, sorry.
Okay, so I guess I'm sleeping.
3 military time.
No,
No.
that'll be 3 a.m.
Never mind. Just
Move on.
Ignore
tomorrow.
this man.
Yes.
Dawn is at 5.
Quick maths. Anyway, yes. So hands you the message. You can open it, and it reads, exactly like that, and it has a big fucking signature from the king there. Now, having received the message, my duty as Lord Cursor is done. But I do hope you will not mind, since you appear to be freshly arrived here, I hope you will not mind if I do escort you up to Torchlight Hall, where I'm sure you are bound.
I would love to see the place, so that would be preferred.
All right, then. I do
Of
have
course.
a small package of more missives, but we shall go. He kind of gestures up. I didn't mention her, but Lady Cheval is here as well. He kind of
I assumed.
nods to her and says, "Cheval, would you be so kind as to ride ahead with them and make sure the streets are clear?" And she just kind of, nods her head, spurs her horse ahead. "I'm sorry about your new, kind of speaking in a lower voice. Sorry about your new carriage, but, only things could be arranged. Also, my sister Estelle will be dreadfully upset with me. I advised her not to arrive at the dock to greet you. Simply because I had important business to get out of the way. I
Of
don't
course.
suppose you boated here with horses?"
Unfortunately, we at House Logi do not have aquatic horses quite yet.
Well, I know a few men you could talk to about that, but
Enos does do a very loud sigh.
Aside.
But I believe we can rustle some up for you. Though, of course, if you feel free to walk, we can do that as well. Though, I suspect the men will object. The Blood Shields just kind of stand there stone-faced. And he just says, You see, the problem is that they work for me, which means even if they don't like it, they still have to listen to me. It's funny how that works.
It is.
Quite.
I feel like there's a very, very slight twitch of his lip, and he, kind of rotates to Enos and says, Master Enos, perhaps you will appreciate my good humor better. Would you prefer to walk or ride to Torchlight Hall?
I would prefer to ride. I'm pretty sure we can find some horses around here somewhere.
Let us set a trot then. As I said, I have
Where's
some
it-
messages for you when you arrive, but...
Worst comes to worst, you can ride Konrad.
Oh.
There will be a glare from Konrad over at Nikos.
Nicola, how about you
Nicola.
go with the forward party on your
No.
No.
Nicola, we're
I
going
will
to give
not.
you some more tea because I think you're still drunk.
It's been 2 fucking weeks. The Blood Shields remain stoic. The Crown Prince is mildly amused at your antics.
That's all we need.
Let us get
I
some
will say
horses and take a nice. No, mark that. Let us take a spirited, if not gallop, to Torchlight, so I do not have to deal with this insufferable business any longer than I have to. I have work to do.
Of course.
Good idea.
As do I.
Well, your business
I
will be
have to-
arranged.
I
Come
have
on.
to at least do.
Yes, I should hope you will drove the pen. Oh, yeah, let us go. And so you guys will form a little
Policy.
little party, yeah, a little parried, bracketed by the Blood Shields. Do you want to run down the line? Because, you have in tow several people who've never met the Crown Prince. Do you want to run down the line of introductions, or is this more like we're just going to let you,
No.
if we don't formally introduce you, we don't have to do the conversation?
we should formally introduce them. I would make
Yeah,
sure
it's
to. And before anyone tries to stab me, I will actually formally introduce them because this is important.
Whatever happened to Dallas's character being a wallflower and not getting out there so much?
The time skip happened.
I guess.
That did technically happen, yes. Also, I think right now, Nicola is driven by a need not to formally introduce everybody, but to formally introduce one person specifically, properly.
Yes.
And if he covers all of them, they can't just sing his
No,
bias.
I will start with Aurelia and God, I keep mixing them up. Which one is Conrad's brother?
Huron.
Children. I will start with, as is proper. I will definitely introduce my sister, but that's I know propriety. I do have graces. I don't have empathy. I have graces though.
I mean, at the very least, I will say, I feel like if we didn't have Dallas get in there, we might be waiting for a little bit.
No, I was about to do it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, but introduction.
Sorry, I just remembered. I do apologize, but I remembered the last time we were introduced to a noble, and they just sat there for 10 minutes.
It is true. That was 4 hours ago. All right. Okay. Yes, he takes formal introductions. It's very polite to everybody. Much nods, much politeness. Everybody. Yeah, I think everybody in your party has at least a couple points in graces. They hit their marks correctly. Yes. So, you form, like I said, your little procession, and you go up. While you are bracketed by street noise and the clunk clunk of horses, Alias is probably riding in relatively close formation, probably Inos and Leslok close enough to speak normally. The rest of you might have to use active listening and stuff.
That is fine.
Yeah.
Konrad is not going to be rude as to try and listen in on their conversation.
Enos will probably be speaking to the Crown Prince, apprising of their interesting journey. The part, the rough winter, the pirate attack, the strange things happening in Verity. Mentioning it's been a hard winter. Glad the spring's here.
Indeed. It appears that this may be a sentiment that is echoed in other places.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to ask what you're doing in the capital for your few days of freedom. After all, the festival does not officially begin until several days' time at the royal breakfast. I'm sure I will see everyone again.
Inos will reply, yes, I'd love to, have a sit down, chat, catch up.
As you well know, obviously House Verity hasn't arrived in force, and House Ech appears to be behind you still as well. But parties from Ferretti, Cheval, Martin, Oro, and Espadi are all in their homes.
Oh, excellent.
Though last I checked, Marquis Stranton hasn't actually arrived yet. I'm not sure what's keeping Uncle at this time of year, but I have heard similar reports about piracy and brigandage in this spring season. And as I'm sure you are aware from your visits to Keltasea, Tempest is known for attracting mercenaries at times who are often little more than fancier bandits who expect a paycheck. But yes, I think some conversations would be well in hand. It is why I have arrived, not only to deliver the king's message, but to also make sure you are all in good spirits. Do you have any exact plans for these few days?
This is when Inos, looks at Leslok.
I have.
I'm asking if you have any specific plans for Inos or anything.
I feel like you could say that part. I'm having Inos commission I'm having Inos commission something for me. It might take some time, though. Hopefully, it doesn't take too much out of his own schedule with you.
Just kind of nods acknowledgement. And your own plans? You, House Logi is not expected anywhere other than, of course, the ceremony tomorrow, so you'll have several days to yourselves.
I'd like to get reacquainted with my home, and then I need to see how everyone else feels about us being here again. Once the festival is, I have to be there for my wonderful sister. And my
Well, I can tell you that the Office of the Crown welcomes our glorious subjects from the northern mark most uproariously. And I have not heard if anyone else has a different opinion at this time.
I appreciate knowing.
Well,
ow! Sorry, I bent the other hand.
Ow! Does your horse step on your foot?
No, that was me. I just gripped my hand too hard.
Okay.
A bird runs out in front of.
I mean, I will have to say, I have to try very hard to not do Foley and just make clop clop noises or start humming the music from Monty Python.
You're fine.
You have actual horses. Quiet, you.
I probably should be awkward. I lost my place. I was trying to recover from it, so.
I mean, if you can just say you don't have any plans at this time, because I don't know if you have any plans at this time. You don't need to invent them.
Oh, sorry. Just move along. I don't have anything precise.
He nods and says, very well. If you need me, you know where to reach me. It's very easy, actually.
Call me, beat me.
He just kind of, again, thin smile to himself. You feel like the prince has slightly improved his sense of humor in the intervening years.
That's good.
He's making yokes.
Inos had no inflect on this whatsoever, I swear.
Oh no, yokes.
But yes, you don't, despite Enos's possible recommendation of it, you don't, blitz up to Torchlight Hall, but you can reach the Celestial District very easily, escorted to the gates. And there, the prince hands a not necessarily large, but decently sized. The courier's bag with letters and notes to Leslok, and once again bows his head, gives a slight salute, and says, "Very well. Alas, duty calls. I must be off. Enjoy your stay in the capital, everyone. I shall see you again anon. Away!"
Of course.
And then, they roll on out of here in the direction of the palace. So, you guys are at Torchlight Hall. It is much as you have left it most recently. Everything's still spruced up. The shutters are open for springtime. And it'll take a little bit for your luggage to start catching up with you, but your stuff will get started moving in.
Nicola is notably tenser once we get to Torchlight Hall.
Yeah.
Zach just wants to see what they done with the place for 3 years.
Probably not much.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's the
kept it
same
clean.
as it has been the past years.
Everything, at some point a, steward or other servant will probably, not, come out to greet you and because you're the lord now, Leslok, so, take you up to the master bedroom. That's now where you get to sleep. They've kept everything, laundered and cleaned. The only place that has not had any, necessary rearrangements is the study. That has been cleaned, obviously, and dusted, but everything has been left mostly as your father left it. They were waiting for, the Marquis to return.
I was hoping they'd at least replace the windows.
Yeah. Like I said, everything has been like cleaned and repaired and is like dusted regularly, but they haven't like rearranged anything. Nothing is supposed to have been taken out of order, etc.
Understood.
But you do have a pile of letters.
All right, let's see what's. All right, let's go through these.
Oh, that's what I did wrong. Okay.
What's up?
Oh no, There it is. Okay. No, sorry, I'm just working on something here.
Right.
Dear benevolent voice of God, is it tradition?
That wasn't addressed to you, and you know it.
I know.
Where's this fucking agency when your character needs to do stuff, huh?
It's because Loth is only here for kicks.
Anyway, Dallas, I assume you were asking me a question.
Yes. Is it tradition for everyone to stay in Torchlight Hall?
Yeah, it'd be traditional. I mean, if you wanted to bunk somewhere else, you could make your own arrangements. Fun fact.
Nicola would ask Leslok for permission to bunk elsewhere.
If you're looking for precedent, fun fact, speaking about your mentor, you do know that the lady Dr. Remedios Ferretti usually stays in her own quarters in the capital and does not stay in the Ferretti compound. She is, attached to the campus of the Society of Chirurgeons.
True, but she does it for job reasons as opposed to I don't want to be here reasons.
Nicola, besides the memories, are you hoping to be with the Ferretti or the Marin?
No, I was going. Sorry, no, I was going to rent a room at an inn or something. It is just the memories.
I would ask you don't go by your lonesome, but I won't stop you.
Konrad lets out a very annoyed sound, but doesn't say anything.
No.
Okay, no.
Well,
if it's going to cause strife, I will stay here.
Nicola.
Yes?
Do you think we don't have bad memories of this place as well? But
no,
we're a family.
Yes.
Just running away from it's not going to do anything. It's just going to have Inos go and drag you back, like last time.
Enos just looks at from a sketchpad. Wait, what?
Inos will just be like, Inos will just pipe in. It's like, I think he knows that, but we can't stay like, it's like, but you can't expect someone to always want to be in the same place.
No, he's right. This trip is not about me or my memories. This trip is about you, and he points to Leslok,
Leslok. Yep.
and our younger siblings.
But like, Enos will pop up. It's like, if you do not feel comfortable staying here, don't. And I'm gonna give a pointed look to Konrad. We're all adults here.
We'll see how it goes for the first few nights.
If anything occurs, I'd like you closer. Because I'd actually like your skills on short notice.
I understand.
This is something probably somebody in the peanut gallery was going to bring up, in that it's a little awkward to have your court physician not be hand.
Yeah, no, I thought about that.
I should take
it's fine.
Konrad's idea in mind. I should stop being so soft about this.
I mean, no, you're right.
But yes.
I need to get over it. It's been 3 years. 2 years. 3?
3.
Time is a concept that the COVID has destroyed for me permanently.
As you know, as we all should know, I cannot forget anything anymore.
You can never forget anything anyway.
You can.
Not the time for sass.
Anyway, it's fine. Konrad has a point. He may be slightly blunt, but he has a point. I suppose that's contradictory. Anyway, I'm going to retire to my room.
All right. Well, guess what? You're not going to stay retired forever, because notes, baby.
Letters.
Yes. I think Leslok was saying earlier that he's going to start sorting through it. So, you got a decent number of perfectly normal letters. Small notes of congratulations are welcome. A few are from like societies or social groups hoping for like an appearance or a donation, etc. You know. The Printers Society of Lampclair. We would love if you would come down to our dinner, etc., etc. You do have a few that are of a more direct capacity. One, there's a note for Nicola from his mentor, the Lady Dr. Remedios Ferretti.
Ta-da!
I just like the image of, as like Nicola goes to walk up the stairs, Leslok goes through like Shaq and is like, actually, Nicola, could you wait? There's a letter for you.
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah. Basically, it's just a personal handwritten note of congratulations on your promotion to position as court physician. She asks for a return note if you want to have tea in her study at some point before the festival begins.
Oh, of course. But I'm going to get so many passive-aggressive comments that I didn't message her first. Fuck.
There is a address to Inos. There is a very official-looking note from the House of Oro.
Oh, okay.
Signed by the Baron Macarius Oro. It says very simply that... Oh, actually, that reminds me. I had not a joke, but a comment the prince was going to make talking about House Oro. He was going to forewarn you that the Baron Macarius appears to have found every attractive, rich, and marriageable age cousin he could and brought them in force to the capital.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Enos, you're doomed.
Hey, not just Enos. The Baron sends a wide net, and none of you are married.
Yeah, no, I have a feeling I'm on that list.
All of
You gotta watch out for that.
I've been trying to learn how to dodge that bullet. Listen, I learned a dodging spell for a reason.
Good initiative. But yes, it says it basically says in very matter-of-fact ways that he has received your correspondence, Enos.
Mm-hmm.
He is available to discuss business with you and Lord Logi at any time. Either send a reply to the Oro Villa, or he says that there is a new branch of the Bank of Akunar in the Gold District that has just opened, and he is sometimes working there. So, presumably, this is about your loan question.
Yes. Like when it came.
There's good.
No, when you said it was like very formal, I was like, oh, this is for my loan inquiry. Okay, but we have a bank
There is
of
an
Achenar.
informal, slightly hastily scrawled note, which is signed Paz Oro. She appears to have forgotten to explicitly address it to either Inos or Nicola. Presumably, it's aimed at one or both of you.
Run.
Okay.
No, it's a little less than that. But basically, she just says that she received some notes. Series of notes. She's brought her study materials. Before the festival, she's going to be spending her days in the Royal Archives or at the Royal Forges. She doesn't specify what she's doing there, but you assume studying.
I assume alchematizing.
Yes, so just where she's going to be, in the next few days.
Good. Okay, that's one person I don't have to track down.
There is a printed letter to Inos that is not signed. In its body, it does refer to all of you PCs, though. It simply states that a new social club, Etoile Club, has opened in the Gold District. And it is the club seal is printed as invitation only, and all of you are invited as members. It opens at 3 bells past sunset. There is a password to let you know that they are invited. The password tonight is sawfish. Enos, how many points in empathy do you have? 4. Okay. Why don't you roll me sense plus empathy right now?
Yeah, we're up.
Sorry, there's a pause there. I was like, wait, no. Polly, not roll.
Yeah, good man.
10s and 8s. Let's go.
Okay. As I said before, this note is printed. It is not signed. It is not really like... There may be faint hints of some, like, perfume or something on it, but it's not, like, really scented to let you know. But you spent enough time talking to a person in particular that you're pretty sure this note was... Its diction was written by Princess Estelle.
Oh?
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. You're gonna have to forgive me. Which princess is that one?
Well, I'm gonna be real. Enos ain't mentioning that.
Yeah,
he'll just mention.
We've explicitly all 5 of you are named.
That is true.
Yes, all of you are. The envelope is addressed to Enos, but each of the player characters, and only you 5, by the way, so far, are named as being invited.
No, he would mention it as. Sounds like this may be Princess Estelle.
He runs. No.
And then, lastly, Leslok, you have a small package.
A package.
Oh boy.
It is addressed from Nerissa
Packagino.
Pennyroy.
Oh boy.
It contains a white silken scarf and a small handwritten note.
No, I'm going to be wearing for a while. Let's read the note first.
Basically, it regrets her, expresses her regret for being able to offer this gift in person. She's very busy arriving from Weirwind Keep, which she's had to take over administering because her dad is now the Lord Marshal. But she hopes to have a moment to spend out with you soon. And, even suggests slightly coyly that, perhaps we might go out to the Gold District. I am anticipating whatever gift you might reciprocate with. On the back of the note, in slightly less, formal writing, like a little less practice, she basically says, and do not ask me how long it took me to make this scarf or to see the tests.
Sigh, I gotta rush this goddamn pen now. Okay.
I can find something in the meantime, but maybe we'll see. I can figure something out.
No.
She
made that scarf.
I go over to my bag. I pull out my bar of orichalcum. I hand it to Inos.
And it's all like...
you could pay me back later.
Thank you. Inos turns to Leslok. We're changing the plan.
I feel like maybe like Aurelia and some of the others are like lurking around the corner, like waiting to see if they've got any mail, even though they definitely don't have any mail, and just kind of like raises eyebrows at the scarf, and it's just like, there's a plan? What's going on?
You don't have to.
Oh no, the pin will
that
still be
definitely
Battle of
makes
Gold,
me
but the
better.
dragon is now going to be Orichalcum.
So you saw the gif I posted. I just look over at Aurelia and do that.
There's
perhaps-
one more thing
oh.
before, like, because I think I want to, because we have been going for, almost 5 hours
Sure.
again. I want to wrap here so you guys can think about what you want to do, because obviously, Leslok shouldn't be up too late because he's got an 8 a.m. appointment. And we
Yes.
probably need to make sure he's got his fanciest pants for that. But you guys don't have any appointments, and it's probably, like, pretty early in the day still, like, probably
Let's go outfit shopping.
just after breakfast, maybe even before breakfast. I don't know. Would you guys prefer to have waited on breakfast until you're in town? So you might not have even had breakfast yet. You could have a late brunch.
Honestly, that sounds nice. And then we should
So
probably plan where we're going to go.
Got a day ahead of you to plan your social things. You got a few notes to
Ugh.
prepare. But
Yeah.
the last thing is, in addition to all of your letters and notes, included is a little like 3-page folded out newspaper or newsletter called Dien Soleil, which is probably an archaic form of Crownish for Daily Sun. It's 3 pages. It is signed by the obviously fake Lady Featherbottom, and it's a gossip rag.
Oh Jesus!
It's apparently the equivalent of like Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So it's every couple of days. It's addressed like a letter, but is also very obviously like a published and sculpted newsletter. It contains a mixture of rumors, gossips, and just factual reporting on social events. There are a couple of funny anecdotes in here. Apparently, a pair of noble ladies showed up at a Winter's End ball in the same dress. Very embarrassing. Baynard Whitestone has apparently broken off another courtship, his third in as many years. And the Lord Honorable Judge, Aubert Demiroy, a bachelor at 35, has been planning a large party with a lot of eligible young lady guests. But there is actually already a little bit of gossip about House Logi. Your brief stopover in Tron is reported on. Nothing is really made of it, but, there's some... If you could communicate waggly eyebrows in printed text, we do that a lot. And does have some brief descriptions of your young heirs who will be socially debuting, along with a handful of other young heirs. It's mostly like one-line sentences, but it's a decent high level.
It's like a roster.
There. Yeah, it's a little tacky. It's got some humor in there. It is, very obviously a little, like I said, lowbrow gossip rag. But this is the era where you would actually start getting like newspapers about this sort of thing. So it's just a little social interaction. So yeah, you have a few people you can track down. You've got a few notes and things. And what I apparently did not have to do quite because you spent a lot of boat time and stuff. But what I was busting my ass doing earlier was making sure I had lists of all the members of the various parties of those noble houses I mentioned as being in town, in case you were like, oh, who's there? So that's something we can get in that next time.
Yes.
So before we wrap up, as you guys are getting settled back into Torchlight Hall and digging for mail, anything you want to bring up now-ish?
Well, they did say that the Oro continent, so I should see if Noctiluca is in.
I have a question about pigeons.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I sent a message to someone and they weren't where I thought they would be, would my message not have gotten to them?
It depends. Was it addressed?
It was addressed to probably the Lord Hall of House Marin.
Yeah, if it's just like real life postage, if they know where to forward it to, they would probably get this message. They would see, on the carrier pigeon, little note says to House Marin, and they're just like, oh shit, that's not here.
That isn't like super important because I want to make sure Lady Marin, the senior, got that message because that's actually important.
Yes, he sent you.
Courtship aside,
the piracy notes have gone up ahead.
Okay, good.
Also, hey, guess what, Enos?
What?
Yes, Noctiluca is among those at the Oro compound.
Oh, excellent.
In addition, also, her younger brother, Vaklin Rearmouse.
Oh,
Okay.
I hope he's just like his sister.
Y'all could be divas together.
Well, no. Remember, Noctiluca
He's
is
like 15.
much more stoic, dark. Not quite,
Andy.
not quite a
That's
not quite a vampire, but big gothic vibes. I love it.
Out of curiosity, any mail for Logesh?
None specifically addressed to you by note, though you are from your reading can imply that the Espada group includes both Rodrigo and Ainara are in town.
Good. Be good to see them again.
Yes.
I do have to add.
You
From-
arrange a sparring match. Tournament, perhaps.
From the note from how long of a time window is that? Is she gonna be here like on the morrow?
Oh no, she's probably not gonna. She's put the ball in your court, buddy. She said that she hopes you have a moment to spend out. So now you got to figure out when that moment is.
Yes. Why do you think Enos has immediately go? Well, shit.
Why do you think I took something I had a plan for and just went, fuck it? We don't have time.
I appreciate the effort.
All right, so, well, it's gonna be but Inos does probably have a plan. He is probably going to immediately set up for the Oro compound. Well, no, first things first. Leslok, do you want to take a loan from the Bank of Agnar to maybe potentially bankroot some extra food this year? Like, Inos can go get that set up for you, but you got to make the call on that because that's gonna be your money spent.
And in fact, you would probably have to sign a letter and hand it to Enos if you're not going to that meeting as well.
Yes.
To be like, hey, this guy's authorized to make this decision. For
Yes.
me.
Like I said, I can go to, because I'm probably go to the Bank of Akanar, get that round, run over to House Oro, say hello to Noctiluca and her brother, say hello to Oro, fend off Baron Oro. I love Baron Oro, but oh my god, I genuinely like Baron Oro.
Listen,
Specifically
Baron
the Baron.
Oro is a great guy. The problem is that his go-to solution to everything is either pay you
XS?
money or, hey, would you like to meet my cousin?
Yes,
He's like fucking Mar. He
Like to
throws
get
his
hit,
but,
throws
like-
his wave of.
but yes, he's gonna go over there. He's gonna go to Baron Oro, talk to the Baron, probably have some nice social links, see if he can borrow an assistant. Come back and get cracking on your pin. He'll be doing that until tonight when we're gonna go to the Atoil. How do you pronounce it? Atoil?
Yeah.
Etoile.
Atoil?
Actually, we
It's
should also
Etoile.
probably spend some time to get me some the nicest clothes we can. Right
Yeah, I
now.
know, but this is the thing. This is what Inos is going to be doing. What you should be doing is definitely getting you some nice clothes.
I can see if any of my aides can help me
But
there.
again, this is why I want
Speaking
to.
of-
We want to get. We want to plan this ahead of time.
Yes.
Do you want to get that loan?
I do because I'd rather have the people not worry about hunger when we figure out
Alright,
countermeasures.
so you're gonna have to basically write a letter, which I will take to the bank, and we will get a loan, and we will figure out repayments then. But that's it.
Doesn't get that done
Yeah.
for like 20 minutes.
Yes.
So
It
attached
does-
to
we have to, like-
the people getting new clothes and stuff. Logesh,
Yes.
give me your armor. I'm going to shine it up.
Oh, okay. Did not expect this, but
You
yeah,
are gonna
sure.
you are gonna be with Leslok as his cavalier.
You.
So
bring
you
up a
need to
very
look
good point,
nice.
cousin. Yes. No. I also will
I'm-
probably have to go looking for something nice and in my style for whenever we go visit this club as well.
I will probably spend my first day here just so they don't have to worry about it in the future. Taking the heirs to get shopping done because are they going to be at the coronation? They're probably going to be there, right? Like in the
You
audience.
probably would want them there in the crowd. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have them travel. I'm basically gonna wrangle them to get themselves gussied up too.
And if Leslok doesn't want to go out and do that shopping, So obviously you could certainly have some attendance, take out your measurements and shit.
God damn, Inos, you're right. Dr. Lu, she would have 7 provincial
deadly
X's.
cousins.
It's Baron Oro who's like,
No, but
Inos, my boy, if you want to leave my house, you have to defeat me and my 7 marriage.
Does Aren get
This is why I had the mental image of Inos fighting off the Baron himself.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that because I don't know my picture of Baron Oro and he's like 4 foot tall.
420.
Listen, he has the power
I mean,
of God and money on his side.
Probably people carry shit for all of the. But he does actually.
I mean, I posted the leader of Mali from Civilization. That's how I see the Baron Oro.
Yeah.
Big,
always-
jolly, and with tons of money.
Yeah, I always
Monster
picture
Monster
the Baron
Musa.
Oro as because he is rather young. He's only like 33 or something. As like El Cid from Final Fantasy 12, just like long hair. Don't ask me where he got sunglasses, V-neck, gold chains, and just be like, "Hello, I am here. Boom, I'm gone. I'm out of here. I've got
Well,
shit
considering-
to do, money to
He's
make."
got, I mean, smoked glass is not that expensive if you have them all the money in the world.
It's true. Also, they have good glass makers in there. But okay, all right. Sounds like you guys are
Yes.
doing good on our pre-plan. You've got your notes to think about exactly, what.
Leslok is going to wear this scarf and probably only take it off when he's sleeping.
It's solid. It's a nice scarf. Like I said, it is silk and it's white. One of the colors of House Hathroy. And yes, actually, I didn't get into it yet because I did want to spring a surprise on you. But it's very common in this era for when exchanging gifts for, traditional roles. The man, and I would say in this case probably more of than the like socially higher status is to show your status by like purchasing gifts or arranging for gifts to be made. You don't necessarily have to do them by hand, but for women the reciprocation is usually something handcrafted to let you know that like they appreciate your courtship because they are taking time out of their day specifically to get you something.
We might need to change the ruby to a topaz.
Why a topaz? You're.
Our house
You already got
colors.
Ruby. That might be a good swing. That would require Inos to improvise, though.
I was about to be like, but why? But reasoning, good enough.
Good enough. Yeah. No. I mean,
Yeah,
I
you guys
don't
can
like.
think about
Do we have topazes natively in Tyne?
In time,
I know we got like rubies
might
and
have some
stuff.
topazes. You've got like rubies and sapphires because
Yeah.
they're all corundum. I'll have to check if my notes anywhere.
Yeah,
of,
because
where
like
it is.
Enos did bring because Enos was planning on working on projects anyway while he was in the capital, so he might have some some raw gems, but I don't know if topaz is among them. That means we'd have to go find a topaz to put in.
Yes, if it's too complicated, it'll work with do, but if it's doable, work with that.
I would have to do some double checking on appropriate orange gemstones, which might be in the area.
Mhm.
Because I don't know those off the top of my head. Because you're not going to get like zircons, and I don't know if tourmaline, that kind of stuff. I mean, you could get kind of like a dark like golden orange like amber.
Amber
So-
also works too.
Honestly,
Amber
actually, I think we'll be
is very
fine. Like I said, I'm making the dragon out of freaking orichalcum, which is already like a red
Reddish
gold,
orange, yeah.
reddish orange gold.
Yeah.
It might.
True, that actually works.
I think it'd be fine. Ooh, I should totally use
Fair.
some. I should totally like shave off a flake of the ruby to use for the dragon eyes. I'll totally
People,
do that.
nice, yeah.
You'll have some stuff. You can make some gem dust. Okay. Sounds like everybody's got
Okay.
good planning for the thing. We are at
Plans and
almost
stuff.
5 hours of recording. So I'd
Yeah!
like to wrap up the session here. We had a good
It's-
time, yes.
It's like a prologue session. We got a lot of stuff done last hour.
Yeah.
All right, let's wrap it up.
All right. Okay. Everybody's good. Let's calculate EXP real quick. I
Ooh.
do actually think we had some. Obviously, everybody showed up,
Yeah.
and I do think that everybody did have some great moments of role playing, of character embodying.
Oh.
I think some fewer than others, but I definitely think I had a chuckle and recognized everybody in the squad.
Yeah.
I'm still happy about I got a dodging spell for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
that-
a good
that
thing.
one
It's
did
what happens when we
tickle.
go for fun. And I think in this past week, everybody but Loth has written some notes in out of character documents.
I think Loth wrote something in today before session.
Yeah, I wrote like 3 or so
Oh,
notes in the
actually,
Dramatis Persona before we started.
I
One
think
catch
it
them
might have
as
been,
you know, but I do see them.
might have been
The
during.
Ulfric,
Also.
Yabel, and Everhelm. Those are the ones
Yes,
I've
I
got
see them
written.
now. I didn't catch them before, but that's because I was already in the Dramatis Personae. You might have
Again,
pointed out
it was
Okay.
literally like last minute, so I understand why you didn't see
No,
them.
yeah. Well, that's fair. I think everybody's done the work then. So take your extra point. Take a third point.
Huzzah.
Oh,
I
oh god, I have to write Leslok being like hopelessly in love now.
All right.
The-
Okay.
the
Good
gesture
session,
assault.
everybody. You got your EXP.
Yep.
Next time,
Yes.
social stuff, money,
Oh no!
people.
Oh yeah, only piss off Mike.
All right.
Yes.
I'm gonna. Everyone say goodnight.
Good night.
Good night.
Right.